All right, here we go. So, President Saylor, welcome. We're celebrating National Athletic Training Month. Let me switch to my camera. I'm really bad about that. So there you go. Now you can see me because you were seeing Bubba Wilson. I don't know if you've ever met Bubba.
Yeah, we talked at the.
That's right. Yeah, he was.
Yeah,
you're part of it. All right. So we wanted to start off by giving away a prize. Let me see my prize giveaway schedule. So we got a cooler, some battery backups, and other goodies from Memorial Hermann. Bubba brought those over. So President Saylor, why don't you pick a number? Pick a number, and I'm going to pick somebody from my email list here, and they're going to get that prize. So pick a number between 1 and 110.
All right, how about 96?
96, we have Lewis Merrick. So Lewis Merrick. Gina. All right, 96. So Lewis Merrick, I will get in touch with you via email. I'm wondering, All right. So that's who we're going to give away that first cooler. It's got some battery backup, some other stuff in there. And if for some reason I can't get a hold of that person, then I'll just randomly pick another number. But all right, so welcome to the Sports Medicine Broadcast, National Athletic Training Month. It's March. We're celebrating, kicking it off with a bang. We got President of the National Athletic Trainers Association, Scott Saylor. So we really just wanted you to talk about kind of what's going on National Athletic Training Month. And some of your favorite things, some of your least favorite things that you've seen, maybe some of those, epic fail type YouTube videos that you've seen for National Athletic Training Month, and things that you hope to see. So Greg is going to kind of lead some of the conversation as I might be bouncing back between some of this other stuff. But President Saylor, why don't we tell me what kind of what you have scheduled for your National Athletic Training Month?
All right. Well, for me personally, I'll be able to go around to a lot of different locations during this month. This is a busy time of the year. The spring always is. It's when we have all our district meetings, and we're actually also having our Youth Sports Safety Summit this month, which is always a big hit and gets a lot of media coverage. So that's an event where we're bringing parent advocacy groups and other kind of sports medicine related folks that are interested in the topic of youth sports safety. So that'll take place in Washington, D.C. What's exciting about National Athletic Training Month, and it's built steam over the years. We've just been able to get it seen that it's taken off in more and more places. And that was the idea, because it's really a grassroots effort. It's an opportunity for us as individual members to do something in our local community to develop some media or some attention around athletic training and the role that we play in athletic training. We've tried to make that easier from the NATA standpoint, because we every year seem to create more and more things. I think the first year we created a poster, and the poster went out in the NATA news. You hang the poster up. Later, or maybe simultaneously with that, we created some directions in the public relations toolkit, and that toolkit kind of gave step-by-step examples of how you could host an event at your facility or something like that, invite legislators, invite the media, whatever angle you want to take, invite parents. You could then promote athletic training through an event like that. And our current toolkit has the same thing. It's got checklists. You can find that online and those types of things. We've expanded it. I don't think we did these things early on, but now more recently, they're like, if you go to National Athletic Training Month on the NATA website, you can not only download the poster, but you can actually access cover images that you can use in Facebook and Twitter. There is a hashtag and an athletic training e-card that you can send to people. So we try to make the opportunity to be involved in athletic training month easier and easier every year. Over my shoulder here, if you see back there, I'll see if I can zoom in. Let's get. I don't know. You probably can't read that. But this was something given to me just the other day at our state meeting. It actually says it's a magnetic bumper sticker, and says March is National Athletic Training Month, hashtag NATM. So that was pretty cool, pretty neat item. I was just talking yesterday to the university here in California via Skype, and they're very proud. They sent me a copy of their video they produced for this year, which is terrific. So we do have a media contest that goes on. We encourage everybody to post using hashtags and things, and just really have fun and develop a lot of different things. The idea that it's grassroots really means that from the national standpoint, we don't see a lot of what's going to happen until after the month happens. So it's kind of fun afterwards to be able to see all the different activities that went on and those types of things. You asked me about an epic fail. I don't know about an epic fail video, but I remember one situation that a school was having an event, and they set up coolers to pass out water and, I don't know, Gatorade or whatever to the participants, or not the participants, but to the attendees as kind of an attraction to their booth so they could pass out information about athletic training. And the county health department happened to show up at the game and shut them down because they said that they didn't have like a vendor's license to be able to pass out Gatorade to the community. I thought that was, I mean, it was tragic for them. The students that were involved just thought they'd really done something bad, but it just was kind of funny that you try to do a good thing and you like run into jail, you know? I mean,
Yeah.
So.
It's like shutting down the lemonade stand.
All right. So my perception may be a little bit skewed because most of the people I follow on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, like that, most of them have to deal with athletic training. But I'm really, I mean, this is only the second day of March. So I'm really seeing a lot of hashtag NATM 2016 or, hug your athletic trainer, all that kind of stuff. And it's, again, I don't look at it from I follow a million people perspective, but the people that I see, I'm really seeing a lot of stuff on social media. Are you feel like that is, just out of day one and a couple hours? Have you seen that so far?
I think, actually I haven't, I see it when I see it. So I just pulled up Twitter and just to see, it's interesting. Some of them, the NATM is used in other areas too, but there seems to be a lot of different activity going on, which is fun. Looks like a lot of people are getting behind it, and that's really the whole idea, is to make it easy and allow people to get involved and have a lot of pride in what they're doing.
All right. So what are some of the more interesting events that you've taken part of or that you've had your students do for National Athletic Training?
I think one of the fun things that I've been involved in the past was like Hit the Hill days during Athletic Training Month. And we actually did an event here in California where we had, we went to Capitol Hill, but instead of just visiting the offices, there was actually almost like a sports health and wellness fair that we put on in the quad area outside the Capitol. And then at lunch, the legislators would come out, and I think they could, they could shoot baskets, they could putt, there was a little putting green there, and those types of things, which was a lot of fun because it kind of broke them out of just, well, I'm here, I'm here for a meeting, I've got stuff to tell you, that type of thing. It kind of was a warmer conversation. It was really more open to the stuff that we were trying to share with them. So that was a pretty good event.
Yeah. One one of my favorite people in this area as far as promoting athletic trainers is Chris Shattuck, and he's over at Dawson High School, and he just tweeted out a picture of they took 19 pieces of plywood and wrote Safer Sports hashtag, and then whatever their school athletic training program Twitter handle was at DHS athletic training, whatever it is, and they attached it. I don't know if they attached it, but they laid it out on the roof of their school. And so he's actually like tweeting Southwest Airlines saying, hey, if you're flying into Hobby, take a picture for us, send us an aerial shot, send us, if you see this from the window. And I mean, the dude is always coming up with awesome ideas. And so that, to me, my favorite thing that I've seen so far, besides of course the sports medicine broadcast, is Chris Shattuck's, hey, take a shot from the airplane and see what we're doing, see how we're promoting sports medicine, how we're promoting athletic trainers. So that's just what I've seen this year. And again, this is only day 2 of the month. What you got, Bubba?
Nothing yet.
Nothing yet?
Nothing yet. I did a retweet for the first time ever, so I'm good.
Greg?
That sounds terrific. I look forward to seeing a picture of that. If they can't get a true flyover, maybe they can get a drone to take a picture or something.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, not like a government drone. I'm talking about one.
Now, have you seen, one big question I have is, have you seen just an increase over the years, the recognition of athletic training and athletic trainers? Possibly as a result, not only of this training month, but just even athletic training month, but just even as our profession grows.
Yeah, I think, I don't know what probably, what the greatest benefit from athletic training month is that we get, but definitely getting a lot of hits out there on social media pays off, especially when you're having conversations with people who recognize the importance of the social media. So, for example, you're having a conversation with a legislator or an administrator, and they like to see that they're being promoted on social media. This month there's so much activity that they actually get that there's a lot of pickup from those types of things, a lot of retweets, a lot of reposts, those types of things. So it really works well in those particular areas for sure. And also, I think those people that are real active get a lot more followers during this month, which really helps share the message even through the year, because now those followers are with them through the year. I know that's something that's happened for me is over the years, I've just, the local media and the regional media kind of pick up and start following me. And then when I post something on concussions or spine care or emergency action plan, and most of those are retweets, but they pick them up and they recognize that I'm somebody they can talk to when they have a question about those things. So that stuff really, I think, works pretty well for us. So I think, but as far as our exposure and relevance, I'm seeing that I've been involved in this capacity as president just 6-7 months, but I was on the board of directors for 6 years prior to that. I was district secretary for 6 years prior to that. And I've really seen that back when we were first getting involved, well, I mean, our forefathers and mothers first got involved in the 50s, 60s, but we were trying to get to be part of the conversation. And we were usually spent most of our time upset because somebody was having a talk about a topic, not a talk, but a policy session or making some rule changes or things like that. But they weren't even inviting us to participate and share our opinion on those things. Now we're kind of seeing a reversal of that when an idea comes up, they recognize we need to be the people in the room, and sometimes we need to be the people driving that conversation. So we're really seeing that we've become relevant in these different areas. So that's exciting, and that's all due to everyone's efforts over time, because what happened is we finally worked our way into those rooms. We got some of our folks out there that are helping share the message, and now that message has taken hold, and we just need to continue to pump energy into it to stay relevant in the years ahead.
had Alicia Pennington. She's down there in Southern California on the podcast, and she's actually going to be on later today and on tomorrow as we're talking about podcasts. And I listened to her interview with you, but then the next interview I listened to was where there was an athletic trainer that was working for a traveling marching band. And then recently she interviewed Kelly, who works for Universal Studios Orlando or California, and then like Disney, and she's worked for like the Lord of the Dance, Irish Dance Company, something like that. And that's what you're saying, like you're gaining the exposure. These are places that had we not slowly worked our way in, we would have never been there. But now there are athletic trainers working with the Rockettes, with the, like I just said, the Lord of the Dance, at Universal, at Disney, because of we've been slowly introduced into those conversations, like you just said. So.
Mm-hmm. It's amazing to see the different areas that we're showing up in today. I went to a meeting down actually in Anaheim probably 2 or 3 weeks ago at this point, and it was the Joint Commission for Sports Medicine and Science, which brings together usually the executive director and presidents of all the associations, or whoever wants to show up, but a lot of associations that are interested in sports medicine and sports science. So that'd be like AMSSM and American Academy of Sports Medicine and American Orthopedic Society for Sports Medicine and APTA and sports section of APTA. Anyway, there were some 40 different groups that were represented there. And when we were there, they took us on a field trip to Chapman Center for Performing Arts, and we saw some performing artists. They were mostly dancers. They had one group of I think it was mainly percussion band that played, but they really talked about the importance that they need what we know. They need us to be involved and help them in their healthcare, because they certainly sustain injuries or would love to know ways how to prevent injuries. And it was really neat to see that the whole field of sports medicine is really expanding, which is perfect. Good for us.
One of the things I've noticed, I studied athletic training when I was in high school in the 80s and went to college in the early 90s. And when I was entering into the field, I was having to explain over and over again many times what even an athletic trainer was, and so forth, and what we weren't. And so there weren't a lot of people who, even in the general public, who recognized athletic training. And I noticed that lately in my career, in the last several years, and I think this month has a great part to do with it, is I have to explain it less and less. Is that people, when I say yes, I'm an athletic trainer, they pretty much know what I am and what I've done. And then consequently, was working in the college setting. It used to be I'd have to explain to freshmen coming in what an athletic trainer was and what I'm there for. And whereas the last several years when I was there, they knew very well who I was and what I was there for from the beginning. And so I really see that trend, going just even in the general public as far as knowledge of the field of athletic training.
That's really terrific. And I've experienced the same thing. I also noticed that I was involved in our nomenclature work group, which was the group that kind of revisited, should we change our name and those types of things. So we, of course, ended up not changing our name, but I got to sit there as we talked to different constituency groups. And a lot of these were physician groups or parent advocacy groups. And what I really took away from that whole experience was the people that know us well, and they appreciate us. There are probably still a lot of people out in our local community that don't understand what our real job is. But to be honest, in a lot of ways, they probably don't understand what a physician assistant does, or the extent of things that maybe an electrician can do, because everything evolves over time. And we certainly have to continue to work to educate them. I think we gain a lot of ground the more we educate them. And one advantage we have is we get to interact with them, because they are the parents of the kids we take care of, and if we jump on those opportunities and take the time to educate them, even one at a time, eventually it helps us in the long run. It helps all of us, not just in our individual settings. So it takes effort, but it's, I think, well worth the investment.
Absolutely. I think of my first job was working out of college, that I was their second athletic trainer they ever had, and this was in the mid 90s. And the first one had only been there for a year. And so my first couple years there was just convincing them why they hired me. Why do we even need an athletic trainer? And I've long since moved away from that college, but now they employ 4 athletic trainers, and that they've expanded, and they're never going to go backwards. They're not going to go back and say, well, we tried the athletic training thing and it didn't really seem to work. And I really believe that's the trajectory that our profession has taken, is that, first we're just trying to convince them who we are and what we can do. And then now it's to the point in getting stronger, just as you've seen in those other programs that are hiring athletic trainers you wouldn't think about, is the need for athletic trainers, and that it's just a function of a sport, of an athletic program or a physically active program, that you're going to need athletic trainers to keep people healthy.
That's right. And I agree with you that we've got this program that's going, it's the second year now with NFL. Actually, we just went through the second football season for the most part, that the NFL funded athletic trainers in this year 18 different NFL markets. And in some places they funded them as full-time positions. In other places they funded them as like part-time, even as little as Friday night game, on-site at games and those types of things. And some of those models are not ideal. That's not what we're striving for. But one thing we were excited about was, once we get our people out there and they interact and show their value, then, like you said, it's really difficult for those schools to turn around and say, well, okay, that was nice, but we're not really interested in safety or care for our students anymore, so we're going to let this go away. And of course, there are school boards that make those decisions, but it's really hard to argue against safety. And once we get our foot in the door and show what a great contribution we make to those athletic departments or wherever we work, most of the time they keep us around, which is exciting.
All right, so far you said 6-7 months as the NATA president. What has been your favorite experience so far?
Oh, my favorite experience. Well, one of the funnest experiences I had was, and other presidents have told me this is the case, but as president, you get the opportunity, you get to call the people that get inducted into the NATA Hall of Fame. So I knew that, and I was looking forward to it, but I had some guys make a suggestion that were on our board, and I took them up on it, and I thought it turned out really well. So what we did is we don't know who even is nominated for the Hall of Fame on the board of directors. We don't have anything to do with it, but we do approve the final list when all the award winners come in, whether it be service awards or most distinguished or Hall, and then other awards, President's Award, those types of things. So that list came across, and we approved what the committee had come up with. But instead of me going out and calling those folks that week, there were a couple of them that were just recently on the board of directors. So instead, I pulled up a pulled out my phone, and we did a speakerphone in the room with the other board director members. So these are all people that had served with them in the last, and what I didn't appreciate coming on the board is that how close you actually become as a board, but you really do. So I called while we were in the meeting and was able to tell them in front of everyone, and then allowed all that board to participate or hear, and enjoy one of the coolest things that they say the NATA president gets to do, which is all those people. So that was a lot of fun.
What is something that you've experienced in your short period as president that you weren't expecting, or as I like to call it, things they never told me in the job interview? So what have you had to deal with that you go, you know what, that wasn't on my radar of having to deal with or having to, work on?
Well, what is interesting is having been on the board of directors, I knew that as a board, we made a lot of decisions. There were things would be on the agenda, we'd hash them out, we'd make a decision as a group. So I assumed most of the presidential decisions probably had to be processed in the same way. So an email comes in, somebody's asking you to participate in an inter-association task force or whatever, and then we put that on our next board agenda and we vote on it. But what I didn't understand was how many things that just come in randomly throughout every day, every week that have to be decided like then. And they're not hard decisions. Most of them, like we've had some threats in some states for deregulating athletic trainers. So the question is, can the NATA send a letter of support? Well, of course, we're going to send a letter of support. We're going to do whatever we have to. If I've got to fly out and go with them to the Capitol, then we're just going to figure out a way to do that. Those are things that we don't take to the board because there's just not time. So there are lots of things that come up kind of like that. The other thing that I think is becoming more and more unique in our NATA presidency, there was a time where most of our, the president mostly tried to get around to all the districts. So there are 10 districts, so you try to meet at all the district meetings. And that's a busy enough time, but there are so many additional meetings that we're involved in today because we've established a relevancy that now, I have already experienced one, and I'm about to leave on another one where it's literally 2 weeks that I act for and leave. And in this I'll leave Saturday for 2 weeks, and I'll get 5 different meetings before I come back home. And I'm really glad that I never here at work that they never really counted on me doing any serious work because I'm certainly not doing it at this point. I try to catch up on emails when I'm on the road and things. That's about the best I can do.
All right, so I got a question from the chat room, and then I'll have one more for you. Let me click on this. There we go. All right, Kat Marr, she's here in Houston. She said, how involved are you and the NATA on the state level? So protecting our state practicing acts, increasing and strengthening AT positions.
So that's an interesting question because I think that comes up every once in a while. We are NATA's happy to be as involved as we need to be or can't. The state is willing to let us be. Mostly what we do is support the state by giving the state some funding to hire lobbyists or have Hill events or whatever. They apply for that money. The board has this year around $600,000 that we send out to the state to support those activities. If the state requests that we do something specific, like write a letter or show up or whatever, or can you help us get, let's say Brian Hainline from NC2A, do you think you could talk Brian Hainline into talking to our governor or whatever? We'll help with that stuff, but we're not gonna sit at the national level and say, you need to be doing this at the state level, because we really feel like that state autonomy is important. So we don't get involved until we're asked to be involved. We, of course, and I guess by applying for a legislative grant, that's one way to ask also. So it's just kind of up to the state as to how involved they want us to be.
All right. And then other question that I have specifically for you is, what do you want to see for National Athletic Training Month next year or the year after? What do you hope? I mean, obviously we talked about it's grown and it's helped increase the awareness, but what do you see as the goal for next year?
Well, I don't know if it's goal for next year. You said you kind of got me thinking when you first said, what would you like to see? I'd love to see some stuff hit really major markets, either a video that might go viral and show up on the Today Show, or maybe some, let's see, we're in March, some major basketball event, or something like that does a huge, full page spread for us, or something like that in USA Today. Something like that would be a lot of fun. And it's interesting because it seems like from time to time we're about this far away. We never can afford to do a lot of that stuff. We don't have the financial means to do it, but we're almost, every once in a while we'll get to a tipping point that something catches on, and we have some pretty cool things that happen or come out of the blue. It wasn't Athletic Training Month, but this last year, we've had members that will often ask, at least as long as I've been involved, why don't we run full page spread in the USA Today, or why don't we have an ad? Normally they know not to say, why don't we have an ad in the Super Bowl? Because everybody, the most publicized thing is how much those ads cost. But we did, like this year, USA Today gave us, through a process of kind of trading out some stuff, they let us put ads in, I think it was 4 or 5 different NFL programs, season programs at the events that they. So one was like, I think San Diego Chargers, one was the Raiders. And what they did is then we got a full page spread in those game programs, which was really cool. We wouldn't have probably even been able to buy our way into those publications, but it was kind of fun to be able to say, we've got some, we got a little bit out there. I know that Rick Burkholder, who is the head athletic trainer at the Kansas City Chiefs, and he's the president of the Professional Football Athletic Trainers Society, and he really has a dream that one day we'll have Commissioner Goodell, or whoever the commissioner is. He'd like to see it soon, so he'd say Commissioner Goodell and NATA president featured at halftime of the Super Bowl, where they're shaking hands and he's handing over a check or something like that. But I think that'd be terrific. It hadn't happened yet, but I'll let you know if it does.
Yeah, that sounds awesome. Okay. Greg, any more questions for President Saylor?
Well, what I like, I've always been curious about the presidency of NATA. So what is kind of the year in the life or the day in the life of the president?
Well, it's something like this. And I'm just trying to figure it out right now. There's a lot less glamour than expect, but there's a lot of fun. Usually it's about going around the different events. I spent the last week in Indianapolis. I did a lot of these places I go in, even the district meetings I go in, I do a 10 or 15 minute presentation. And that's good. That really kind of introduces people. So like I presented to the Professional Football Athletic Trainers Society I didn't present to them, but at the end of the week, I presented to the Professional Football Chiropractor Society. And they had tons of students there, and I talked about the importance that if they're going to become a chiropractor and they're going to work with a team, our role as primary care providers for the athlete, and the importance of them respecting our role in overseeing that patient's care. But I get to go around and do those different things, or I'll do webinars like this podcasts and interviews. There's a little bit of writing here and there because we've got an article that goes out quarterly in the Huffington Post, and then monthly in the USA Today high school edition. So fortunately, there's a staff that helps with a lot of that stuff. Not only helps keep me on task, but like if I write something, they get it out to the experts in the field so that they can review it to make sure that I didn't just, set back our research in concussion care 2 decades because I came up with old information. I try to stay current, but you never know. But they protect all of us by making sure they review whatever I put out there. And so there's a lot of stuff like that. And it's a lot of fun. It's really a lot of fun. The people you get to meet, I got to show you here. Let me show you something that just will show what a nerd I am. So if you had a chance to see the concussion movie, which by the way, a really cool event took place last night. I didn't get to go to it, but it was in our state capital here in California. Of course, the only state without any regulation at this point. But the legislators in our state capital have voted unanimously almost both times that we've sent a bill up to the House. We've had no opposition until we get to the governor's desk. And that's the only vote that we're not getting right now. Otherwise, we actually had unanimous support. All 80 in the House and all 40 senators voted to support our bill this last time around, and the governor vetoed it. But this last night, they hosted, the legislators themselves hosted a private screening of the concussion movie. And they had Dr. Bennett Omalu speak at that meeting and answer some questions. But they invited the California Athletic Trainers Association to come speak just prior to the movie and talk about the role of athletic trainers, which I thought was really cool and event. So why did I bring up? So if you've seen that movie or you know that story, there's a lot of real life individuals like Bennett Omalu and those things. So I go to an event the other day. It was the safety summit in college football put on by the NCAA, and I get to go vote on some things related to safety in football and some rule changes that will be proposed to the rules committees. And this, I ended up sitting next to Julian Bales, who it was like central to that movie. I stole his name tag. He left early, so I took it. But I was literally sitting right next to him. I'm thinking, this is unreal. I just watched the movie, and he was featured in the movie. And it's like every once in a while you have to pinch yourself and say, these people are really out there. I mean, these are real life individuals that are playing a part in our health and wellness, and I'm getting to experience the opportunity to sit right next to them and share our story, which is really cool. The best thing I do as president is be able to be a big cheerleader for what you guys do every day. So that's what I love.
You're not saying that he stole your name tag, are you?
Yeah, he didn't take mine. Yeah. I will show you that I can show you my name tag, but his has these 2 green dots. And for some reason, this meeting was really interesting because the rule change came up. We had clickers and we voted on whether we were in support or against. Well, I had one, so the NCAA had 1 vote. If you're Julian Bales, you get 2 votes. You had 2 clickers.
Kind of like a number you can call in.
When he wasn't there, we wanted to vote for him, but we thought that was probably unethical.
There's no way.
So it was a lot of fun.
That's another thing.
How does your current job, your normal everyday job, how do you work that balance out or have a good understanding of it?
I'll tell you the only way this has worked is I'm fortunate enough to have really great people here that are very supportive. Because like I said, I've been gone a lot, so I really get a lot of credit to my assistants here. because they, as things come up, they recognize that these are the things we need to bother Scott with, and these other things we don't need to bother. We just push them on. We can, I've got a gal here that she'll sign the stuff that needs to be signed and get it with my signature and get it off the table when it doesn't mean anything. The stuff that really is important, then she texts me and say, hey, we need to touch bases on this or that. Which, if I didn't have that, then it'd be a train wreck. And every once in a while, like I was gone 2 weeks, I'm back a week, and gone 2 weeks. And that's just this beginning of the fall. I'm going to be here more in the later fall, but when I'm back here, I've got to kind of reestablish those relationships with all these people around here and remind them, hey, I'm in town, let's meet and fix anything I can for you. That's my role is kind of be the problem solver around here.
All right. Well, President Saylor, I really appreciate it. I know we had you scheduled until 9:30, and we got Roland Ramirez from Houston Texans coming in. So you're welcome to sit in the interview and talk with him, or I know you just said you're packing up to leave for 2 weeks, so you probably got some business you got to take care of. It's up to you.
Well, I appreciate it. I definitely will stay in touch, but I probably need to go at this point. Well, thank you very much.
Before you take off, Josh Yellen sitting here beside me. He just walked in. He wanted to tell you hello.
Not Josh.
Hi, Scott. How are you? Thanks for everything you're doing.
Hey, thank you, Josh.
Okay. Talk to you soon.
Okay, terrific.
All right. Well, have a good day. Have a happy National Athletic Training Month.
Thank you. Same to you.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, Roland, you with us?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Here we go.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome, man.
All right.
I had to do some switching around on my desk. We couldn't figure out this camera. So I had to turn my whole Surface dock around and move some things. So sorry for the commotion.
That's all right. It's all right. We got it. There's supposed to be a mute button, so I was trying to mute you so you could do that and we'd be all right. But for some reason, we kept hearing you anyway. So it's all cool.
Yeah.
You're here now.
I'm sorry as I was doing that if I let some not so good voice words fly. So sorry about that.
We're all right. Hey, man, congratulations on your award as the Professional Football Athletic Trainers Assistant AT of the Year.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. It was very much an honor, completely caught off guard. But it was very, very special to be recognized for that, in front of my peers and all the athletic trainers in the NFL. So it was really neat, really special. So very humbled by it, very honored.
All right. So why do you think that you were chosen for this award? What makes you, worthy of the award? Obviously, it's hard for you to say because you said you were caught off guard, but obviously, you're doing some good stuff. So why you?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I always just, like any athletic trainer, I mean, we pride ourselves in doing the best that we can. Coming into work, I always try to have just the best attitude that I can have. I try to have a hard hat, lunch pail attitude that I'm going to get to work and do my job the best that I can. I mean, we, as athletic trainers, all work in an environment where we can't control a lot of things. Things happen out on the field. Things happen, with coaches, to coaches, whatever else, to our players. You never know what's going to walk through the door. And so you have to take every day in stride and understand that you have to be able to be in control all the time. And so, with that said, I mean, I try to have that mindset each time I come in. I try to do my best as far as rehab and trying to come up with new and creative ways to work with my players. And I try to just go all in. I try to dedicate myself each and every day, and I try to be as loyal as I can and communicate well with my boss. And, Jeff and I have a really good relationship here, and so just I I tried to bring new things to the table all the time. One time a good mentor of mine told me way back when that you get complacent in this job, then the day you get complacent is the day you're done. And so I always try to live by that. That's kind of my motto. And if the world of sports medicine continues to change, and if you don't change with it, then it's going to change without you. And so we always have to have that mindset, and I always try to bring new, innovative, creative things, each and every day, and just try to do the best that I can. So I know it's a long-winded question. I guess I was recognized for those little things, and it was just, again, very much an honor. I was completely caught off guard to be presented the award, but it's neat to be recognized for some of those little things that I try to do on a daily basis.
The first time I remember meeting you was at the Sports Medicine of the Americas workshop, whatever it was here in Houston, and you were kind of presenting your DS2 platform, the shoulder stabilization activities, and I was able to talk to you for just a few minutes, but the one thing I remember is you're like, man, show me something new, show me something that I don't know about, because several of the people so far we're just kind of going over some of the same stuff that you already been doing, and I could just see inside of you there's a drive. Look, let me learn something new, let me do something better today than I was doing yesterday, so let me go back to work this afternoon or tomorrow to do better than what I was doing today. And I think I've seen that throughout, like when I watch, when I see on YouTube or on Twitter, things like that, it's about getting better. And so I think I've always seen exactly what you're just saying, is you're always working hard to get better. So congratulations.
Right. Yeah, thank you very much. It was special. It was neat.
All right. So the new Twitter account, or just recently that I've found, is ro_entrador. Is that right? Yeah. Not too bad for a white guy, right? All right. So why?
Entrenador.
What? Say it again. Entrenador. Okay. Well, not too bad, I guess. All right. So why that Twitter handle? Why in Spanish?
It's been open for a little bit, and I think that, so my background, my family, I have a lot of family from Mexico. I'm Mexican American. My mother grew up in Mexico, and so when I was creating, so I had the DS2 platform handle, and I thought, well, to create a personal handle for myself, I was just thinking of some different ways to be able to to be in touch with more of the Hispanic culture and Hispanic people, and be able to communicate back and forth. And maybe I'd find a niche, with them and them through me, to be able to use my job and my platform to be able to connect with them maybe a little better. And so I checked that out, and it was available, and so I went with it. And so I'm not on there a whole lot, as you can see, but it's when I do, I try to tweet something that it's both in English and in Spanish. Or sometimes I'll say certain things in Spanish, or kind of retweet things. But it was just a simple way for me to try to connect with the Hispanic culture, and especially being in Houston, this area of Texas. I mean, we have a huge following, with the Hispanic culture and the Latinos, and so I wanted to, connect with them in a better way, and maybe shed some light on athletic training and what we do in that culture.
All right. So the topic that I had kind of set up for you was staying on the cutting edge, and like we just talked about, you want an award because you're a hard worker. You're always trying to get better, and from what I know of you, we just know about, we want to get better. So what are you doing there? The first time I heard about blood flow restriction therapy was when they were talking about, you guys were trying it out somewhere in the NFL. And we're going to be talking about that later this month. What are some of the things that you're doing to stay on the edge right now?
The blood flow restriction is a big one. So we started that. We were introduced to that last year when we were, currently at that time when we were having Clowney doing this rehab year. So that was a big one with what he came back from with the microfracture and things that he had. When BFR was introduced to us, it was huge, and the science behind that is very interesting. I mean, to try to mitigate the muscle atrophy, to try to increase protein synthesis, to increase hypertrophy. I mean, it just made sense, especially in his case where post-op and during those early stages where he wasn't able to do much, wasn't even able to bear weight on his lower extremities. So that was a way for us to try to apply this new device, this new protocol to his exercise, to his rehab regimen. So with that said, we used that for a long time and continue to use that all through his rehab. And we still we use it with every single player that we have doing rehab with us now. And so whether it's acute, subacute, even in the later stages of the rehab, we implement it every single day. And so the players develop a love-hate relationship, like most things we do. So that is that is something that is kind of taking off in the rehab world, in the athletic training world. There's a ton of science. I wish that it was around before, because once you really see the research, you dig into the research, it is really interesting. And the research is showing that there are a ton of good benefits from using the BFR. So that's one way that we're doing those things. We try to have modalities in here, all the bells and whistles. I mean, the one benefit we have here is we have a generous budget, and we have, and I know it's not the case in a lot of different places, but we have a generous budget, and we're able to bring some new things, new modalities or whatever, whether it's lasers or new stem machines or cold therapy machines, those kind of things. We're able to bring some of those new devices in for our players. I mean, our philosophy here is we try to bring as much as we can to our players, because if we don't provide that, then they're going to go elsewhere to find that. So again, it kind of goes back to the world of recovery and therapy and those sorts of things. It continues to evolve. And so if we don't stay on top of it, and if we fall behind, then they're going to go out, they're going to seek that help elsewhere. And so we try to, do that from a modality standpoint, but we also try to stay in front of the curve as far as our rehab techniques, our manual therapy techniques. I'm actually taking a Mulligan course this weekend, so my wife is not very happy with me just returning from the combine, and then I'm telling her I'm leaving again. So that's not very good, but you have to stay on top of it. And she, her being an athletic trainer is helpful because she understands, but that's just an example of us having to go out and you have to continue your education just like anybody else. And we have to stay on top of it. We make every attempt to try to bring new things every single year. And, manual therapy, we are big in being hands-on with the players. I think that's where your best medicine is. And so when players are on the floor, you will find, if you were in our training room, you will find all of our guys, all of our athletic trainers are out on the floor working with our players. And so we feel strongly about that, and so we try to do the very best with giving them quality treatment, and then hopefully that translates to preventing injury and them staying on the field and helping swing.
All right. So Josh Allen has a question, but real quick, you said a Mulligan course. All I know of Mulligan is golf, but
You take a lot of those.
Yeah, sorry. So Mulligan is the name of the founder. So a lot of they're basically mobilizations through movement is what it is. So I'm taking a SI joint lumbar pelvic course is this weekend. And so it's if you ever get a chance to, it's a really neat course. And so they have upper extremity, lower extremity, spinal, courses. So they're very interesting. So I'd encourage you to look into that. Just you can go on to Google, type in Mulligan, you'll see all their courses. They're excellent.
All right, very cool.
Hey, Roland, it's Josh Yellen. How are you?
Hey, Josh, I'm doing well. How are you, man?
I'm doing great. Hey, again, congratulations on your award. That's outstanding. We're grateful for what you guys are doing for our program and for Matt and for
Yes, sir.
our other students. It's been a real pleasure and honor to work with you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I want to go back to some of the topics of BFR, if that's all right.
Okay, sure.
So some of the research on BFR has been out for about 10 years, right? And, there's been some people like Kramer and Reeves and Hollander and some other Japanese people that have studied it and produced some literature and evidence. Tell us how you kind of walk through operationalizing the evidence to clinical practice. And then can you talk again a little bit about from clinical practice to the outcomes that you guys saw?
Right. So, starting with the research, we had Johnny Owens, who works with the Center for the Intrepid in San Antonio. So we had Johnny come in, and he's pretty much the leading expert on it. And so we got introduced to it through him and through Dr. Lowe here. And so as he started to explain the research and how it includes the basic.
Froze up there, Roland.
It's a full. It doesn't restrict blood flow completely, but applying that, you have a balance of just creating an acidic environment in the extremity that you're working. And so with that acidic environment, you're able to you induce this ischemic hypoxic environment, and it enhances the training effect. So if you were, say, pushing sleds up a hill, your legs would feel pretty dang heavy. Well, that buildup of lactic acid and those things help to in this they create this acidic environment, and they help to generate protein synthesis, and they decrease the amount of breakdown, and so reduces the atrophy. But so what we started to do, and through Johnny's protocol, is we applied it basically with straight leg raises. And so we would start off with say 4 sets of seated straight leg raises, and you apply this blood pressure cuff to their lower extremity, the proximal aspect of their femur, and every individual has their own limb occlusion pressure. And so there's a Doppler that embedded in the Delphi units. And so this Doppler takes a reading of everybody's LOP, the limb occlusion pressure. And so then we are allowed to use that LOP for their exercises. So for the lower extremity, it typically ranges from 60 to 80% of that's their personal tourniquet pressure. It's 60 to 80% of their limb occlusion pressure. And so when we apply that, so say it's 80% of their limb occlusion pressure, that's their personal tourniquet pressure. What we would do with straight leg raises, like 4 sets, and we would start with 30 reps, and then we'll go to 15 reps, and then 15 again, and then 15 again. So we typically try to design our rehab where they have 30 minutes a day of using the BFR. So we'll try to do 15 minutes early on in rehab, and then 15 minutes later in the rehab session. And then we try to alternate our days of having 15 minutes on the bike. Say for example, on Tuesday we would have 15 minutes on the bike at the beginning of the rehab session, go through their exercises, and then 15 minutes at the end, so that we can try to alternate. They're not having to do or use the BFR with exercises all the time. We try to alternate and stagger what they do with the BFR, because again, it's uncomfortable. You have something squeezing on you really tight, whether it's in your leg or on your arm. So they do develop a love-hate relationship, and you just have to kind of work with that. Some guys can tolerate 80%, some guys cannot, and so we throw it, early on with straight leg raises. We throw that at them, and then we'll move to, say, more functional exercises on the floor. So whether it be squats, whether it be TKEs, single leg shuttle leg press, calf raises, anything that they can do, we apply it that way. And then towards the end of their rehab, we still, again, we are trying to be as functional as possible, and continue to implement the BFR into their rehab session. Does that answer your question?
Sure. Yeah, I want to go back to how the protocols of 60 to 80% of LOP, and so obviously those protocols were developed, and how are you guys using those protocols and implementing or modifying that to achieve what you want?
Well, that is, just being in constant communication with Johnny. He introduced these protocols to us, and then I'll text him or email him or ask him questions. Can we use it with this exercise or that, or how soon can we use it after this condition, whatever. And so the answers are typically, you don't have to use the same weight that you do in a typical exercise. So if you're squatting, and you typically are squatting 100 pounds, well, you only have to use 20 pounds and get the BFR, and you're basically going to have the same effect. And so we adjust weights like that. Some guys, because we deal with huge monsters in here with the amount of weight that they can push around, they can lift a huge amount of weight and still tolerate the BFR. We don't know if that's absolutely the right way, and I can't tell you that there aren't any huge obvious signs that it's working. But I can tell you that when Clowney, going back to Clowney, when he transitioned from the crutches and walking, in 1 or 2 days, he was walking around like nothing, no limp, nothing. And I know we deal with genetic freaks. I realize that. But it is still pretty impressive on what some of these guys are able to do in transition from non-weight bearing to partial full weight bearing. And, so the benefits are not as obvious as you would like, but with all the science that is out there and protocols, we kind of tweak protocols and try to use it and integrate it into what makes sense for us. I don't know if it's necessarily the right way to do it, but we just, based on the research, we try to implement it and integrate it into our exercises and our programs as much as possible.
Do you see that research going into aerobic training?
I do. I think that with the aerobic aspect, I guess it's just a matter of finding, if you ride the bike for an extended period of time, I think that's tolerable. But if you're running around with this, there's only so much you can do unless they make a wireless cuff or something you can mess around with, because we have it on kind of an IV pole, and it's attached to that. And guys hate moving this thing around, and it's, sometimes it can get in the way, but you are limited, because of that. But I definitely see an application if the athletes can tolerate it.
Great. Thanks, Roland. As always, man, you guys are on the cutting edge, and we're relying on you all to get some information and research. And, it's one of those things that from the athletic training education side, we're trying to close the loop. what are we seeing in clinical practice? How can we integrate this back into, entry-level education and keep pushing the profession forward?
Right.
All right,
Well, it's
Roland.
my pleasure. Are there any other questions, or is my time up?
Well, one of the things that when we took the tour there, one of the things that always sticks out in my mind is the picture of your son on your shoulders with both of you wearing the Ramirez jersey. And so again, I know I've said it before.
Yeah.
I've said it before. Thanks for being an example of an athletic trainer who is in a high demand job, but still respects and honors the boundary of family and just loving your family. So I appreciate you setting that example there as well.
Yeah. Well, thank you. That's I appreciate that. I mean, like all athletic trainers, it's a hard thing to balance. I mean, work and life are tough. And fortunately for me, again, my wife is an athletic trainer, and she gets it. She understands it. And not always a happy camper, but it is tough. This job is very demanding and it takes a lot of time away from family. But as soon as you can get home and hug those kids and hang out with them, it's really special. And so it is tough to balance, but I just try to do the best that I can. But I appreciate you saying that. Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right, Roland, I know you got to get out of town do some rehab to stay on the cutting edge there with your athletes. So, Roland, appreciate you joining us, taking some time and working through all the technical difficulties to get this thing working. So,
yeah. Sorry for the commotion again, but I appreciate you guys having me on. If there are any other questions, feel free to reach out to me. But I do appreciate the time. Thank you.
So, if someone wants to reach out to you, what's the best way to do that?
They can hit me up on Twitter, or they're more than welcome to send me an email. It's just roland.ramirez@houstontexans.com. So you're welcome to do that as well.
And every time I've experienced interacting with Roland, it's been positive. He may not be able to answer right away, and maybe a couple of days later, but very responsive. So great guy, and I'm glad to have the pleasure to meet you and interact with you regularly. Thanks, Roland.
Sure. Thank you, guys. Take care.
Thanks,
Bye-bye.
Roland.
All right. Thanks. Bye.
I want to see him tweet him in Spanish.
All right. Next up, we have. Let me see. Oh wait, Greg. Greg, you got the next prize for us. We are giving away a Mueller Sport Care Junior Soft Kit, which we actually supposed to give away at 9:30. So we're going to pick this from the list of the blab there, but we kind of switched between President Saylor and Roland quickly. So he's just scrolling through somebody that's in the live blab list, somebody that's an athletic trainer. All right, Greg, who do you got for us?
Why don't we do Chadwick?
Chadwick.
Is it Garrett Chadwick or Chadwick Garrett?
I think it's Chadwick Garrett. All right, Chadwick Garrett, why don't you, you'll need to contact me and give me your email address so you can type that here. Or Greg, how can they send that to you?
Well, why don't they send it back into you, give them your contact information and mailing information. We'll mail this off to you as soon as we can.
All right, so Chadwick, send me your email. You can do that on Twitter, PHS SportsMed, or you can email me, info@sportsmedicinebroadcast.com, info@sportsmedicinebroadcast.com. Send me your email, your address, and then I'll forward that on to Greg. And that way we can get that out to you. All right, Chadwick, thanks for being in the live chat there. And Greg, I believe you're actually you're headed out, right?
Heading out. We're getting the catalog out. So guys, be looking for the new sports medicine catalog coming out in about 3 to 4 weeks.
All right, very cool. Greg Evans from School Health. He's the one that has been responsible for most of these prizes that we're able to give away today. And again, I thank you for the partnership and just being part of the show. Thanks, Greg.
It's great being an athletic trainer, being a part of it as well.
All right. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
We should hit Greg up. The MAT program is always looking for new free stuff.
There you go. All right, we now have Brad Brown. We're going to be talking about history of athletic training right here. The new co-host, Josh Allen, is live with me in studio. Yellen, I don't have another camera. So actually, why don't you? There we go. I know you're going to be looking at Josh a little sideways because his microphone's over there.
Brad always looks at me a little sideways. It's okay.
Let me see.
For a lot.
What if I move this way?
Or you know what? Hey, we're going to do this right here. Watch. All right. So Josh is going to take my seat, and he's going to kind of run the conversation. So
We're going downhill quick.
Yeah.
all right. So
This is a slippery slope. This is
And one foot has already lost
yeah,
traction.
this isn't going to be good for anybody. All right. So how you doing, everybody? Dr. Josh Ellen here, co-hosting with Jeremy Jackson for the Sports Medicine broadcast, and we've got Brad Brown with us as our guest for this 30 minutes. And Brad, today we're going to be talking about the history of athletic training. And so the times that you and I have talked, you have a pretty unique background, and I want to open up with, how you got started, how you got into the profession, your route to where you are right now. So can you give us a little, for all those listening, can you give a start to finish?
Sure. I've been in the business about 40 years, it seems like. I started as an athlete at a small college in Western Kansas. I was a high school athlete, had no idea what an athletic trainer was. Went to a small school, Fort Hays State in Kansas, with a background or thinking that I wanted to go into physical therapy because I thought that was an area I was interested in. I went on a football scholarship, got hurt the first year I was playing football in the college ranks, and got introduced to the athletic training room real quickly, but realized that it was an area that really interested me from the standpoint of it was kind of the physical therapy aspect, but it was also more in the athletic field that, at that time I was interested in. I had
give us a time frame here. What year is this?
This was 1973. So I started, I graduated from high school in 73, started my freshman year in college, fall of 73. And then, and by the spring of 73 and in the winter or the summer, I decided, my opportunities in life were going to be much better as an athletic trainer opportunity than it was playing football. So I decided to give up the football side of it and became an athletic trainer. But the good thing about it from my standpoint was I got to enter the gentleman that started me or was the athletic trainer at that time was a guy named Steve Antonopoulos, and Steve worked at Fort Hays. It was his first job out of Greeley, Colorado. He turned around about 4 years later, went to the Denver Broncos as an assistant athletic trainer, which, as I go through my story, you'll kind of see where that leads. But so I finished my career, or finished my degree at Fort Hays, got my bachelor's. About the time I was finished, my wife was in nursing school, couldn't really transfer anywhere for grad assistant, so we decided to stay in Hays. We had changed the Mr. Antonopoulos went to the Broncos, and so another gentleman came in. I felt like it was a good opportunity for me to go ahead and get my grad assistantship there, so I got my master's. And then as things worked out, he decided to leave, and I'd made enough connections at Fort Hays that they decided I was worth bringing back, and so I worked there as the head athletic trainer for 8 years. Following
and what was your staff like there?
My staff was me. We had 15 sportsmen and women. We had, I had 2 grad assistants that were not. Sometimes they were certified, sometimes they were not. And it was an internship program basis where you had to complete 1,800 clock hours under an athletic trainer, certified athletic trainer, and then you were eligible to sit for the board after you graduated with a bachelor's degree. So that's the way it was. That was the only way you could get certified at that time. I do remember, kind of the start of education was going on then about that time, because the University of Arizona had a master's program in athletic training that had started. And there was probably, I'm going to say 5 to 6 years in the making or in the process at that point in time. And so that's where education was kind of going with athletic training. But there really was no curriculum programs in the undergrad level at that time. It was all internship programs, and that's the way you got certified. So, following that, I worked 8 years at Hays, and then Steve Antonopoulos called me from the Broncos, asked me if I would be interested in coming out to be his assistant, which I obviously agreed to. And I went out, worked 2 years with him, which led me to my next step, which was coming back down to Houston as the head athletic trainer with the Oilers. We spent 10 years here in Houston before we relocated to Nashville. Spent another 17 years with the organization there before they decided it was time to make a change, and we split ways. And but through all that, I had made a lot of connections. I had met with Dr. Lowe down here when we were in Houston, and he got to know me, and I got to know him in a working relationship with the Oilers before we moved. And so, when the opportunity came for me to come back to Houston, there was a couple driving forces. I heard you talking to Roland just a minute ago about family. My sons both live in Texas. We have three granddaughters, and so that was certainly a driving force to bring me back here. And then the opportunity to work with the hospital and work in a different role was a nice, easy transition for me. And I knew a lot of the people here already, so it was not a hard transition. So, what's the moral of my story? I think the moral of my story is you got a couple of things. You make your opportunities and take advantage of your opportunities when you can. You make your connections. And I had the very, ideal situation in that Steve Antonopoulos and I became very good friends as a mentor and as an athlete trainer. And he taught me a lot and trusted me enough that when the opportunity came for him to hire an assistant, he brought me in, and it opened the door for me to get into the NFL. And, I took advantage of those opportunities and felt like I did a pretty good job for the number of years that I was in. And, obviously I did well. I'm not really sure why it ended, but it did. And it was probably a matter of timing. And so, that's the way things work in this business, and we have to move on. And now it's a new opportunity for me, and I'm doing something that I'd never done before, never really worked in the educational side of it or the outreach side of it. So it's certainly been some new things, new opportunities for me to learn and deal with.
So I want to go back in time just a little bit. You came out of undergrad in 73, or you started undergrad in 73 rather. And so if you go back to the history of athletic training, first exam is really given in 1970. The only book that's out there is by Arnheim and Clafs at the time. The only reason why I know that is because my dad at Cal State Northridge, which was at San Fernando Valley State, took a sports medicine class, athletic training class, and that was the book that was out there.
Modern Principles of Athletic Training.
Yeah,
I think the first one was a yellow book. Might have been the second one.
Yeah, that's right. And I've got that book. I've got that in my office. And so 1970 is the first exam. 1985 is when the designation of ATC are given. So you're right in that realm, when you start pursuing your degree. And then 1990, the profession is recognized by the American Medical Association. So can you go back a little bit and talk about how you're an athlete, you get hurt, you end up in the athletic training room, and then somehow you're influenced to start your education. Walk us through a little bit about the education or the coursework that you took to get to eventually sitting for the boards.
My education was really through, at that time it was through the physical education program, health physical education. My degree was in, my undergrad degree was in health and physical education. We called it HPER at that time. And, it was a phys ed background, teaching background, although I never did my student teaching. And in the coursework, we had several classes that were taught by the athletic trainer at the time. In basic principles of athletic training and basic taping. I think we had 2 classes really that were specifically athletic training. We you took your basic physiology of exercise, your kinesiology, your basic sciences. I actually did have a minor in biology at the same time, so I took some of the sciences from that standpoint that also helped me. And then, so I graduated with a bachelor's in physical education, went ahead and got my master's. And at that time, we didn't even really have a master's degree program.
What did you get your master's in?
And my master's ended up being in, again, physical education split with secondary administration. So when I came out, I was, kind of a dual I really guess I could have gone into secondary administration, probably with time, but that's not where I wanted to go. Really what I did was, it was really an internship. My undergrad level, I worked as many hours in athlete training room as I could. Part of it was paid, part of it was work study, part of it was, finding this and that. We actually all went and took EMT training, so we could drive an ambulance for our local ambulance company for transports and things like that. So we did whatever we could to kind of keep our fingers in it. And then when I got to my master's, I did a graduate assistantship. It was a paid position. I worked, with the athletic trainer there, and and this is where I have I guess kind of a disagreement, or necessarily not a difference in opinion as to, I think where we have gone with education today is we've got some really smart people in the field of athletic training today, but I think some of the practical skills have probably slipped a little bit from the educational side of it. And I think when we see, I think that experience that I had in the athletic training room gave me the opportunities to see a lot of things that maybe the students aren't getting their hands on today. And it was because really, when you think about it, I spent almost 4 years in an athletic training room in a practical setting, and it was unlimited hours and so on and so forth. And you look at it and you say, well, did you abuse it? Was it abused from a student standpoint? And I would say no, because I wanted to do it, and it was something that I enjoyed doing. So I think it was the opportunity. Now, from the educational side of it, today, like I said, I think the kids are probably so much smarter today coming out with the basis of the curriculum programs and things like that. But I think it's kind of been a trade-off, and it's very interesting to me where athletic training is kind of trending now today with the residency programs and the master's programs and all those things, and how we're trying to tie it back in. And I think we're still in a learning curve here as to what's the exact best way to really educate these young people coming into the profession.
So I want to go back to your education a little bit. And, when I came out, my bachelor's degree was in kinesiology with an option in athletic training. And so part of that training was that, I also had to have, on top of anatomy, physiology, but I also had exercise physiology, biomechanics, motor learning or motor development. I had pedagogy. A lot of people talked about, you talked about a teaching certification, but when you're doing rehab, you're really teaching, and you got to go back to, how people learn and how people implement information and stuff like that. So can you go back and just discuss a little bit about how that general education in motor learning or biomechanics, what they called kinesiology at the time, physiology of exercise, how did that help you become a better athletic trainer? How did that help you understand rehab a little bit better? And how did that education in teaching help you implement these ideas to your patient population?
That's a hard question, I guess, for me. I think, again, I go back to probably experience more than anything else. I think the education process was good. I don't disagree with that. I think you use some of your biomechanics and so on and so forth. But I think probably more, I'll be honest, I think more important to me was the hands-on stuff that we did. You learned as you went. You learned your rehab programs and, kind of why you did things. I'm kind of old school in the sense that I really truly believe that, a lot of things that we learn over the years, something else, research comes out. We'll have a master's student do a research project on something, and all of a sudden you say, okay, well, this is the way you got to go. My theory on rehab, and it really goes back over the years, is, we've done a lot of things tried and true over the years, and I'm not one to necessarily jump into everything new that comes out. And I think that because I've seen a lot of it work in the past, so, why are you throwing out the baby with the bathwater, I guess, in the sense. So I think I think with all the education and all the new studies and all the research that comes out today, and I was just listening to part of Roland's stuff the other day. There's always new things coming out. So you have to keep your eyes open, but you can't necessarily throw everything away just because something new comes out. I think you have to keep in mind the total picture of what you're trying to achieve. And, when I was working in the NFL, it was always one of those, you'd get young people in and, they'd want to completely throw everything out. Hamstrings is a great example. We used to treat hamstrings one way, and all of a sudden some new article came out and said, you have to do it this way. So we would throw everything out that we were doing and start over again with this new thing. Well, I'm not convinced that was necessarily the case. I think that you had to combine some of the old with the new. You could integrate stuff in. You had to integrate all those things. and find out what works best for you, because there was always a learning curve there. You never knew for sure what was going on. And maybe where your education came in more importantly at the end was you would sit down and analyze that and say, you know, last year we had 15 hamstrings and we rehabbed them this way. And this year we did this preventative program and we, you know, cut those hamstrings down to 5. Now, was that because of what we did? And I'm not saying that it was. I think that sometimes the benefit of luck comes into this. I really, you know, ACL rehabs or ACL injuries in the NFL, you know, I would go maybe 1 or 2 years, we wouldn't have an ACL. And then all of a sudden you'd have 3 or 4. And the first question that was asked is, oh my God, we got to change everything because what were we doing wrong? And the fact of the matter is we didn't do anything different in those 5 years. 3 years we had none and 2 years we had 5. So what was the answer to that? And I can't really answer that because I don't know if there is an answer to that. I think sometimes we overreact to those things that just happen.
Sometimes you're the pigeon and sometimes you're the statue.
Yep.
It depends on your year.
Life lessons from Bubba.
So, I
That's
mean,
great.
seriously,
So I don't
though,
know if I answered that question
Well,
for you.
no,
but I mean,
you know what, I agree with everything you're saying, right? I don't think that, you know, I don't think that you all of a sudden change directions. This kind of leads me back to one of the conversations I had with Roland, is that over time, and you know, we've all been in situations where you go a couple of years and nothing happens, and then all of a sudden the world opens you up, and you know it's going to try to swallow you whole. If you've been in the field long enough, you experience stuff like that. And so my deal is, I think that a lot of times people, obviously they come out of athletic training school and they're trained to be clinicians, but with that, they don't understand the business of what we're doing, and they don't understand how to look at things. And so part of that is being able to collect metrics. And part of that is being able to develop a system to analyze outcomes. So, you know, for instance, Brad, you brought up a great question. Look, one year we had 15 hamstrings and this year we had 5. Was it because that we implemented this prevention program? Maybe, but you don't know that unless you're looking at the data, unless you're collecting the outcomes, unless you have some way to analyze that, right? What are you going to do with these results? And can you reproduce them? So let's say, you know, that year you had 15 hamstrings and you implement some sort of intervention and you're collecting the data on that. And the next year you had 5. Okay, well, of those 5, if we kept with that prevention program, did we maintain the 5 and decrease, or was it a fluke? You don't know that. So part of me says I would agree with you that at times, and I think this happens in anything. You know, you see this, a couple of examples that get brought up to me. You know, we all have kids. Lay the baby on their belly. Oh, nope. Lay them on their back. Nope. Lay them on their side. Oh, what do we do? Well, you know, you're trying to make sense of this. Or the times that my friends with the CDC are going to get upset at me, but there was a time where the influenza, you know, shot, they ran out. But, you know, people were panicked and they washed their hands and they washed their clothes, and the incidence of the flu that year was lower than a lot of, you know, so why does this happen? I don't know. I want to go back though and address the education again, because I want to try to, you know, follow you in the history. So you start in 73, you graduate in 77. Is that right?
Yeah. Graduated 77.
Okay. And then in
78.
77, you go into grad school. And so you come out of grad school in 79.
78. I went, it was 3 semesters. So it was actually 4 semesters. It was 2 semesters and 2 summers.
Uh-huh. And then, so from 78, you said you were at
4 days. I was 4 days from 78 to 85.
And then at 85, you get this opportunity with the Denver Broncos, and you're with them for 2 years.
Correct.
And then, so in 87, you end up with the Houston Oilers.
Correct.
Okay, so I want to start there, and because we're still in that history of, you know, 1990 athletic training was recognized by the American Medical Association. And so start from 87, you're taking on this leadership position, you've got to hire your staff. Walk us through a little bit, say from 87 to 2000, about some of the changes in the development that you saw in athletic training, education, clinical experience, etc. Get us to 2000, and I want to keep moving forward from there.
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. You know, I think when I got into the NFL, and once I got in there from the educational side of it, it was all learning as we go. I mean, it was using your practical experience. It was using your experience level. From the educational side of it, I think that we are almost, I shouldn't say excluded. You weren't excluded, but you got so busy, and I was listening again, Roland. You get so busy that the educational side of it kind of takes a back seat. You kind of get out of the mainstream of athletic training because you're so tied into what you're doing. So I can't really answer that question for you, other than just knowing that, as you keep going, you kept seeing the profession advance in the sense of the educational side of it. I think being out of the university side of it, though, you didn't see that every day transition to more the education side of it versus the practical side of it. So I'm probably not the best one to answer that question for you.
Well, I mean, you're in clinical practice, right? You're hiring people, right? And you're seeing the product of athletic training education and the development of it. So tell me some of the things that, looking back on it, in your mind, you already talked about, feel like there's a little bit of a gap in clinical practice and clinical application, which I would agree with you. At some point, we have to be able to teach competencies and proficiencies and incomes residency programs and stuff like that. So not necessarily on, how is education impacting the profession, but tell me a little bit about your experience in watching the profession grow.
I think, as I guess in my background, probably from the educational side of it, was more every year we would hire student athletic trainers from universities and colleges to come in and work training camp for us. I was very fortunate from an assistant standpoint I hired really 2 assistants for the first 14 or 15 years I was in the business. One stayed with me until I was let go at the Titans. He's still there. The other one was Jeff Kaplan, who left me after 14 years and came back to Houston as a head athletic trainer down here. So I was very fortunate and didn't have to hire a full-time person for 14 or 15 years after I got started. So I was very fortunate from that standpoint. I did see the student athletic trainers come out. 2 things that I think that I honestly will say, and I think that and some of our young people today aren't going to like what I'm going to say, but I think part of it is an entitlement and the true reality of what an athletic trainer really does. In your typical school athletic training room or a professional or college athletic training, the hours that are required are not typical in what you see in an educational process today. So what you see come out is you see student athletic trainers and students coming out of in the athletic training profession, and reality of it is a 40-hour week is almost non-existent in this business. And to think that you're going to work a 40-hour week going through the educational process and think that, that's a typical athletic training is not correct. And if you think that coming in, then you're totally wrong. And I've seen opportunities where students and first year hires and things like that, they kind of get upset because I'm working more than 40 hours and that's, I should be able to get off. And being the old school mindset that I am, I don't feel sorry for them. Now, from a standpoint of pay and equal and all that stuff, I'm probably totally wrong. But I mean, that's just kind of the way the profession is. And I think sometimes we skew that sense of where the profession is and how it's set up or what you look at going into the future on it.
So one of the things that we're at now in athletic training is, right, here we are. And if you look at the jump from undergraduate education to entry-level masters, back in 2013, there was a white paper document, 11 reasons why we need to be able to move to an entry-level masters. And some of it is on education. Some of it is being integrated in the model of medicine. Some of it is about revenue billing and stuff like that. So give us a little bit of an understanding from where you are and tie that into the history of what you've seen. How do we keep pushing the profession forward?
Well, I think the profession is morphing in the sense that we're looking for a lot of other opportunities in the profession. I see that now more where I am now as the outreach director of athletic training. We're always looking for opportunities and where athletic trainers can be placed into the profession in a different setting, a different atmosphere. We're seeing athletic trainers. I think just in our setting, we have athletic trainers in high schools. We have athletic trainers in universities. We have athletic trainers in clinics. We have athletic trainers working in our physical therapy clinics as a physical therapist extender, and as an athletic trainer working in rehab with some return to play athletes that have moved past the physical therapy side of it. We have some athletic trainers that are strictly outreach. They move around the city and talk to our associated facilities and schools, and we fast track and try to get our athletes into the hospitals and the emergency rooms and physicians and make it easier for the athletic trainers that are trying to schedule their kids. We can help them with those things. We're seeing a lot of opportunities. I think you're an example. NASA, there's just opportunities all over the place that we're looking at. And speaking of NASA, I mean, I thought of you this morning when the astronaut comes back down from space after a year, and what an interesting thing to study and see what that's going to be. And I don't know if you're going to be involved in that, but it's just interesting how all that works. And I think as an athlete trainer, you're seeing a lot of opportunities that are not necessarily your typical. But I think, and you and I have had this discussion from an educational side of it. We can look at a lot of different things, and we can try to say, where are we taking athletic training? But I think an important thing that to me, from an athletic trainer who's worked in a traditional training room setting, is that we can't lose that scope of practice because of all these other interests. If you look at a percentage, and I have no idea what it is, but I'm going to guess that it's 85 to 90% of our athletic trainers are still working in a traditional training room setting in a school or university.
So going back to what you said before about the, NASA, Scott Gelly came back down, and, NASA hires two full-time athletic trainers, Bruce Nischwitz and Stacy Latham. I don't know if they're listening right now, but if they are, hi. And then they also have a strength coach with them, Mark Williams. And so they do an outstanding job with them. And then we also had another athletic trainer. She was our SWATA, former president of SWATA, Mitzi Laughlin, and Mitzi was involved with that too. So going back to what you said, let's talk about those percentages a little bit, right? So from the time that you got into athletic training up until now, there are athletic trainers now, obviously in high schools and colleges and pro sports. But then there are athletic trainers now with fire departments and police departments and the FBI and the DEA and every branch of the military. Athletic trainers with Disney and NASA and Cirque du Soleil and dance medicine. Athletic trainers with NASCAR and the X Games, and athletic trainers now in research and concussion prevention. All these other things, right? You see a lot of the leading experts like Kevin Guskowitz at UNC Chapel Hill, who's he's an athletic trainer involved in this, and you see athletic trainers now involved in the CDC, and all these other entities. So give us a little bit about how do we keep what you said, that base of what we do in that traditional setting. Let's honor that, but how do we keep on meeting the demands, and how do we keep making sure that we're on the cutting edge as a profession? Because ultimately, right, here we are, and some of the talk that we see, especially from the education side, is, okay, well, if we're going to act medicine, behave medicine, look like medicine, how do we do that? And so, from your end, you've been in it now for 4 decades. So what's your suggestion?
Well, I think the 4 decades was one thing. I think the last 2 years has kind of given me a whole different view of it, and as to where that's going and how you have to deal with that. Part of it, I think, is I think when I look at athletic training today from the standpoint of where I am as I sit in this chair today, I've seen a lot of different opportunities that are being created. I think the perception of athletic trainers is changing daily as to what they can bring to the table and the benefits that they give that other situations don't, or other professions don't give, in the sense of physical therapists and other, similar fields that we're in, but the athletic trainer kind of brings a uniqueness to it. I look at it kind of from the physician's extender standpoint. We have a couple of athletic trainers that work in physician offices. They're, because of their background in athletic training and sports medicine, they have a very good evaluation skill from the standpoint of evaluating and helping. So they can go in and screen patients for their physicians, help the physician from the standpoint of what they're looking at and what, in preparation, and help them order tests if they need to, suggestions as to what, this guy. And so it's a time saver for the physician. At the same time, the athletic trainer is very valuable in the sense that, okay, the doctor comes in, looks at this athlete, and now the athletic trainer comes back in the room and helps him with his rehab exercises, and it extends out the things that he can do from an extender standpoint and helps him there. So I think that's an important thing. I think that to me, it is a process of getting the athletic trainers introduced to these things, and other parts of the medical community then getting used to the athletic trainer and realizing what they can bring to it. I think when you look in a physical therapy clinic, you put an athletic trainer into a physical therapy clinic alongside your physical therapist, there's probably a disconnect at first. I think the Physical Therapists Association and the Athletic Trainer Association, we fought for years. I remember when they tried to throw us all out. They didn't want us to be certified. Now it's all kind of come back, and I think now we're seeing that both sides can work together, and both sides bring a very interesting part to the process of the medical side of it, and these athletic trainers can work with your physical therapist, know exactly what they're trying to do, work with them in their rehab. But then if the athlete or the therapy student is run out of benefits, they can't work anymore in the physical therapy clinic, the athletic trainer can take over that care and continue that continuation of care, and still be able to function at a very high level in the rehab process. So I think that a lot of it today is realizing what the athletic trainer really brings to the table. And I think we're seeing more and more of that as we introduce athletic trainers into those settings.
So what you're really bringing up is the 5 practice domains of athletic training, right? So the first thing is injury prevention and wellness protection, and then we get into clinical evaluation, diagnosis, and immediate emergency care, treatment and rehabilitation. And one of the things that I've always said is, why are we so concerned about, AT being compared to PT or OT or even KT, right? Kinesiotherapy. We've got these 5 domains that we need to be able to expand and understand where our niche is. And I think one of the growing areas in athletic training, what we do is in the physician extender side, and helping those physicians be a little bit more efficient on what they do. I think the athletic trainer poses a lot of great benefits. And I think that personally, from what I'm seeing, is that we're just at the tip of the iceberg. So I think now we got to transition over to Matt Weber. Brad, I appreciate it. As always, you and I always have great conversations. I look forward to more. Now, as we transition, any last comments about my lack of sense of direction, or you want to get any of that in before we
We don't
No.
have enough time.
We don't have time.
Yeah,
for all
that's
that.
right.
No, I think that, from my side, and again, I've been in the business a long time, and, it's the old adage, can you teach an old dog new tricks? And I'm not necessarily feel like I'm learning new tricks, but, I think you have to keep your eyes open to where things are going with any profession. I think athletic training is just like anything else. One of the old adages, and I think when we look at concussions today, and I think that's a great example. In this business, and whenever you're dealing in medicine and the sciences and so on and so forth, you have to make judgments and decisions. And again, I was in the NFL for a long time, and so I've seen this concussion thing come all kind of full circle as to where it is today compared to where it was then. And everybody, I think that part of the thing that we look at science today, we say, oh my gosh, how have we done this, and why did we do this, and how did we do this, and so on and so forth. I think we always have to remember that medicine is a revolving door. It changes as we go. The things that we knew 25 years ago are nothing like we know today. And the answer to that is we still don't know very much about from the head standpoint. But you can only deal with what you know at the time, and you can only work with the information that you have at the time that you develop it. Thank goodness we've developed MRIs. MRIs have changed medicine from the standpoint of evaluation and your being able to really say what's the matter with, when you used to evaluate an ACL, it was strictly your evaluation and your feel, the doctor feeling on the knee and knowing that you tore your ACL. You didn't have an MRI to show you that torn ACL. So I think that there's a lot of things that, change, and you deal with medicine as things have progressed. You can look back and say, oh my God, we used to do a full repair on the MCL, and now we don't touch the MCL hardly at all. So, there's a lot of things like that have revolved, and you learn as you go. And so, you have to keep an open mind in that direction that you go, and look for the doors that are going to open up, and look at the opportunities where athletic training can benefit others in the business, and what opportunities we have from that standpoint.
Okay.
All right. We are a little bit over. We had some technical difficulties getting Matt Weber in. We're going to go back to the lab here with Matt Weber. But, Brad, can you pick a number between, we got 10. So we're picking a prize for the cooler and some other items from Pasadena Health Center. So pick a number 1 through 10, and that's going to be who we decide out of the live chat here that I have going on.
Why is Josh putting up 7?
Said number 7.
No, 7.
4,
Brad
5,
said 7.
All right, Israel Montano. He won. He actually won a School Health gift card from us as well. But Israel, I'll bring that cooler to you this summer, or I'll mail it out to you. So you won the cooler from Pasadena Health Center. Thanks for joining in the chat here live, and in almost every single week I see Israel in here. So there's plenty more prizes coming up. We also have joining us over here Nicole Castro. She's the future of athletic training, so she's gonna be jumping in, maybe asking some questions. But we're a little bit late getting to Matt, so we're gonna get right over there to you. Matt, welcome.
Hey, Matt, how are you? Matt, can you hear us? I don't think he can hear us.
Let's see. Switch over here.
Matt, can you hear us?
How about now?
Can you hear us now? I don't think he can hear us. Bubba, this is where you start to do your dance. Can you get up and kickball chain?
You know way more about that than I do. I don't even want to see you dance.
Well, I have to tell you, as we start to fill some time here, when I was in high school, you can imagine what this looked like. My coach made us go to a ballet class. And so I was
fail?
one of the, what's that?
Did you fail?
It depends on who you ask. I felt like I was doing a pretty good job, but if you ask the ballet teacher, she would always hit me in the gut and then call me names and then tell me that, I was not the Terminator. I was the donut eater. And then, move fat boy. But it worked because we were all pretty well. It was great kinesthetic preparedness and all that other stuff.
There's a whole visual of you in tights that I really don't want to. I don't want to
you
let
and
creep
a lot
into
of
my
other
head.
people.
But
Luckily for me, this was at a time where Facebook and all the other social media did not exist. So if you could get rid of the Polaroid, you were good.
right,
That was
burn the negatives.
Yeah, well, it burned a lot of eyeballs out. So,
All right.
Brad, are you gonna stay with us? Or are you leaving? Okay, buddy. Always great seeing you. Love the socks.
Appreciate it, sir.
Okay.
Appreciate it. We have some more
Talk to you
time. We'll
later.
bring you back. All right. Matt Weber is live. He's written a book of AT history. He's in the chat room. Mike McKinney has also joined us. He is going to be taking over after Dr. Yellen leaves. So he's just joining the talk. Mike, you can hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. All right.
Perfect.
Can Matt hear us?
Matt. All right. So I've been tweeting out, or I scheduled out my tweets and my Instagram to have all these different questions. So he came up with these different questions about AT history. Bubba and I were kind of going over at the beginning, and Bubba knew a couple of them because he's pretty old, and I just didn't know any of them because I'm not very old. And so we're kind of going to run a game show. We got these prizes. There's 8 sections of questions. So the person, I guess, who responds best to Matt, which is AT_history on Twitter, the person that responds best to him for that one section, he's going to choose a winner. And then Matt is holding up signs.
But I can see you.
You can't hear us?
Yeah, he says no audio, but I can see you.
All right, awesome. Okay. So you can actually type in the chat there and say,
What I'm going to use this right here?
yeah.
Where should I type in? We can
So-
see you too.
Yeah, we can hear.
We can.
We can hear them, and then they can hear Mike. Anyway, so we're gonna give away the tumblers to the ones who win the small deal. But then, as one of the prizes from School Health.
So you can hear me?
Oh, look
Hey.
at that. We got audio.
There you go.
Can you hear us?
Matt.
I can't hear anything. It's,
All right.
I got
So
nothing.
Maybe try the other
Until I went
earbud.
live.
what if you?
When I went live,
All right, hang on. Let me type in here. Hang on. We
the
can
audio
hear you.
just cut out.
Hear you. Can you try without?
See, this is why not understanding all this Twitter stuff is fine. It's all technology.
The
Sometimes it doesn't work.
Yep. So that, it's rolling. We're going good. It's been great conversation, and apparently,
Yeah, I
everybody-
did. I tried it without the headphones, and yeah, it's the same. So, like I say, it worked until I called in and went live, and all the sound went away.
All right,
Okay.
Jeremy.
So the only other option I have again is for Matt you to close it out, and then close out Chrome, sign out, and then sign back in and join in again.
You want me to type this?
Every single word.
Okay. The only
Just
other
say
option,
sign out and sign back in.
Yeah, try
All right.
one last time.
All right. Try to sign out and then sign back in.
So
He always
Matt
talks
has a
at the same
really
time.
deep wealth of knowledge of just AC trivia, AC history. So respond to Matt on Twitter and tell him what you think those answers are to those questions. And then, obviously I have all the answers, and I was gonna have him kind of discuss some of those answers and things, but apparently he can't log in. So just as you're working through those questions on Twitter, respond to him with your answers there. And we'll see. But then at the end, we're going to give away an Iron Duck Ultra Space Saver folding a fold backboard. So it's a backboard that folds up, and if you look on School Health, it's a several $100 item that School Health has donated. So if you're looking to win that, then try and answer all of those questions, because the one with the highest total questions answered will win that. And then if you don't need it at your school, you can find another athletic training program that needs it and donate it.
Well,
Jeremy,
let me ask you a question here, Jeremy. So, as a part of my dissertation, I actually included a part of the history of athletic training. So, can I answer some of these questions if I know it, and then can I get the prizes or no?
Yes, sir.
All right,
I've already
great.
answered the questions. You didn't say they had to be correct answers, though.
Well, that's what I just said there. You see, you
It's
gotta-
implied, sir. It's implied.
Yeah.
That when you answer, they have to be correct.
Yeah. So Matt will look over
Shuffle
those.
ball chain.
and
Shuffle ball
see-
chain.
And Bubble, you were actually talking about you're interested in purchasing the book from Matt. So if we can get him live on the Blab, then we'll hear a little bit more information about how to purchase the book. But it's called Dropping the Sponge and Bucket, and I think it's from like before 1950 is the year on the book. And so then he's working on a second one that's like from 1950 to present, something along those lines. I talked to him at the beginning of last year. We've had a lot of episodes since then, so it moved quite rapidly. So you call it in. Did you see how I did that with calling?
No, I don't know anything about this. I'm just
You
happy
better.
I can-
You need to switch chairs.
Yeah, I don't. You can ask Nicole. Nicole's one of my students, and I'm just lucky that the computer is on when I walk in to try to lecture. I can operate an iPhone and an iPad. I know how to turn on my car.
We'll leave it at that.
Yeah, that's about as far as.
Are you still like chalk and blackboard and abacus, right?
Yes. I typically. Yeah. Anyway, we're not going to get into it. It's a whole nother week of therapy. So I'll be calling Dr. Cohen again. Thank you.
All right, so Mike, you're there on Blab. Mike, you with me?
Yep.
All right, have you seen any of the questions I tweeted out, Instagrammed out?
I have not. I've been buried in paperwork this morning,
Kenny,
so
you're
I'm
killing me,
finally.
dude. You're killing me.
I haven't been on Twitter this morning.
All right, that's okay. People, you're making time for us now, though. So I was gonna see if you had any of the answers, but never mind, Mike. Let me down. Nicole, you got any of the answers?
Maybe I can hop on Twitter.
You can look them up. All right, so in the chat room, either the chat room on Blab or the chat room here on the Google Hangout on Air, see if you can answer some of those questions. We'll talk about some of them. Let me work on pulling up the list. Athletic training history trivia. All right, first question. Who was the first athletic trainer? When did he start and where? What do you think, Mike?
Oh, geez, I have no
I mean,
idea.
just tell me a year, because the name.
Well,
What year do you think, Mike?
Like the first person that was called an athletic trainer, who we defined as an athletic trainer.
Let's go with the first person that was called an athletic trainer. I don't know because Matt can't explain the question because he's having trouble with the blab. But
I mean, I know about the founding of the NATA in the 50s, but I'm going to go with 1920.
all right, Yellen.
Well, technically, you bring up an interesting question because it was Herodotus of Megara that was one of the first people to be called an athletic trainer, and that was in the Roman era. So I don't know.
He was called an athletic trainer.
If you look at the history, well, I mean, obviously the name
I'm
athletic trainer was not used until, technically till 1970 or 1975. But if you look at the person that really started the history of it and did athletic training type, it was Herodotus of Megara, who came before Hippocrates, who is the father of modern medicine. So that's what I'm going with.
We have an answer dilemma on our hands.
Well, all right, Nicole, what do you got?
I would say the 1920s.
1920s, Bubba.
I was here earlier, so I'm
Do you
exempt.
remember what it was?
We talked. It was guys,
81.
Yeah, I was gonna say 80. Yeah.
Jim Robinson, 1881 at Harvard University.
So he was the first person ever to be called an like you are an athletic trainer.
I'm never going to hear the end of that, by the way. I'm across town.
Well, at least that's what Matt says. So Matt, hopefully Matt can get back in and join us and explain some of this stuff, because I am not a history buff. I am not a research person, but Matt has done a lot of work. And so, all right, we're going to kind of continue with the list. Following along that same line, where did many of the prominent early athletic trainers grow up?
Wait, Han, I want to go back to, wow, that's an impressive answer. Is this Matt right here?
No, that's Alicia from the AT Advantage.
Oh, yeah,
SoCal.
Oh, yeah. I know some people out there. I'm from SoCal, born and raised.
There you go. Alicia actually be on later. She'll be on after Mike as the assistant. She'll be part of the show tomorrow.
Well,
She
yeah,
hosts a
man.
podcast. But
All right. Sorry to disrupt. Go ahead.
very good. All right. So the question, Nicole, you got to come up with an answer. Do you know where Harvard is? No. Well, Mike is.
What?
Mike is at Northeastern University in Boston.
Jeez.
And he said he's
It's
across
Harvard.
town.
Yeah.
He said he's across town.
I don't-
So Harvard is in Massachusetts, right?
Yep.
Is in Boston, right?
Yep.
All right. So where did many of the prominent early athletic trainers grow up?
See if you can put this together. It would have to be,
Boston.
yeah, it'd have to be Massachusetts.
I was told earlier that in their houses did not work for an answer. So
Say it again.
in their houses, that's where they grew up. In homes,
Okay.
doesn't work.
Yeah, no.
Told you I answered them all.
Yeah.
All right. So Mike, do you know?
Like it has to be specific to Massachusetts.
Well, yeah.
I was going to
have an
say,
answer right
I was going to cheat and say New England because that gives me a big. That's
Yeah,
the
but-
size of a lot of states.
New England's not a state.
I know.
The
All right,
great
so
Um,
there's a city, or at least I don't know. Again, I don't know anything about Massachusetts, but I'm pretty sure this is a city. You ready? Natick, Natick. You ever been there, Mike?
Oh, this
Massachusetts.
This is even worse. I live on the border of Newton and Natick.
Come on, man. You're,
See, maybe you're one of the prominent athletic trainers. You see?
this is it right here.
There you go.
Yeah.
You're so close. You're so close to. You're actually your own trivia question now.
I mean, you are
I
in the
am, I
middle of it.
guess.
You can't even answer it.
Yeah. There's a lot of really good ATs out here. I won't deny that one bit. That aren't named me. So.
Okay.
All right. Next one we got. Again, I wish Matt was in.
Yeah, I
We can
don't
try
see him.
later. Maybe he's restarting his computer. When was the first athletic trainer hired in Major League Baseball? You think y'all quit looking? Quit looking.
I'm out.
All right, Mike, you're up next. First athletic trainer in Major League Baseball.
At this point,
Let's
there
just say
are no right answers.
1964.
1964, Bubba.
I have no clue. I'm gonna say it's earlier than that. I'll go 30s.
30s. Nicole.
Getting between there is the 1940s.
I'm going to go back even more. I'm going to say if the first athletic trainer was in Harvard in the 1880s, then I'm gonna stick with the 1880s.
All right, Doc commented in the you said 1880s.
I'm gonna stick with the 1880s.
All right,
And
Doc.
Rev Riv 13 says I'm here.
All right, well, she's on in a little bit, so
Okay.
she's kind of chiming in.
All right. I'm gonna say the 1880s. That's what I'm gonna.
Doc says 1955, which is funny. I'm surprised he didn't look up the answer. You can see all my stuff on there. 1885, Charlie Huber, Cincinnati Reds.
What do I win? Do I win something?
You get that
I'm
seat right
embarrassed.
there.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I'm embarrassed.
Here, you can have my.
I can have the red Memorial Herman
Yeah, I've been drinking
to
that.
add to my collection.
All right. All right, here we go. We're going to keep rolling. All right, consider the father of athletic training. Who we got? Who's the father of athletic training?
That's Herodotus Megara.
All right.
Am I
okay.
right?
I don't know. Well, I can't give you the answer. I've got to give everybody else a chance. All right, Mike, father of athletic training.
God, he's so nervous.
You can do it, Mike. You can do it.
He doesn't even want to answer anymore. He just doesn't.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm fried. I have no idea. I'm like the worst athletic trainer right now for history.
All right. Bubba, what do you think?
Don't know.
No idea?
No,
Did you say don't know or donut?
don't know.
Oh, okay.
You take everything back to donut. There's a
I'm
pattern
hungry.
there.
No, go ahead.
All right, Nicole, what do you think?
All right, I'm gonna have to put out Bobby Gunn. He's very repeatable, but probably not it.
That's that's a
Good
decent
answer,
guess.
though.
That's a prominent athletic trainer. All right, he has here is Mike Murphy.
Mike
That-
Murphy.
That kind of
The Murph. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
All
Okay,
right.
why are you nodding so vigorously over there in agreement with that?
Like I said in my dissertation, I wrote part of it was the history of athletic training. So
Okay, so expand on that. Why
I
why
don't-
does that name?
I recognize the name.
Oh, okay. So in other words, you really don't have a good answer. You just okay. All right.
Thanks, Bubba.
All right, but he at least recognized the name. I mean, I recognize Mike and Murphy, but not together as an athletic trainer. All right. I asked Bubba this one earlier, see if he remembered. When was athletic tape invented and what company? Nicole. Go. What year and what company? Athletic tape.
Early 1900s, maybe like 1920s. No, maybe before that.
1920s.
Maybe like 1910.
All right, 1910.
I don't know
Bubba.
what the name would be.
I believe it was 1890, and it was J&J. It was Johnson and Johnson.
All right, Bubba says 1890, J&J. Yellen.
I'm going to say, I'm going to stick with, no, as a matter of fact, I'm going to go with Kramer. I'm going to go with Kramer, and I'm going to say it was the early 1900s.
Mike.
I was going to say Kramer and go with 1910.
All right, what Matt Weber from AT History has right here is the first athletic tape was 1899, Johnson and Johnson, and it says ZO and Zonus, so I guess the zinc oxide and Zonus tape.
Thank you. Price is right. Did not go over. I win. Both of them.
All right, let me see what we got. We're gonna keep going down the line. So again, these questions have already been tweeted out, so we're giving you the answers. You can find them on my Twitter, Instagram, that stuff, and then send them to Matt at AT_history, and he's gonna kind of add those up, and then we'll send out some prizes later. The person with the most will get a bigger prize at the end. All right, starting here with Yellen. What did many athletic trainers do to help during World War I? World War I.
What did many athletic trainers do to help during World War I? Well, I'd put them in two categories. I put one as medics, and I'd put the other one as rehab specialists. And the only reason why I say that is because Pilates, the exercise, is invented by Joseph Pilates, who was found out that exercises helped soldiers recover. So I'm going to stick with those two answers. I'm going to go medics and rehab specialists.
All right, Mike.
Well, that was my answer. I'm not even sure I can compete with that.
Just say ditto.
What Josh said.
Yeah.
He's just gonna say, "Sorry, my audio's not working." Yeah.
I love Mike's facial expression. I mean, it's really.
All right, Bubba.
I have no clue.
No clue. Mike's
How
putting
did I
up
compete
with
with that?
All right, Nicole, you got anything?
Maybe bringing in wounded soldiers. I don't know.
Bringing in wounded soldiers.
What's
All
the
right.
answer?
I think your answer is much more detailed. And again, if we hadn't met with us, you could probably explain more. But helping out pilots and soldiers. So that's what I worked with, pilots and soldiers. So doing rehab or preventative medicine type stuff
And we've come full circle now because now we have athletic trainers and
in the military.
they're helping with
Pilots and soldiers.
pilots and soldiers. There we go. All right, look, this is where I need to make a break. I got to get back to work.
All right. So without fail, you always mention who you are, where you're from. So Yellen, why don't you go ahead?
So, Jeremy, thank you very much for letting me be part of the sports medicine broadcast. This is Dr. Josh Yellen signing out from the University of Houston Master of Athletic Training Program. Look us up, www.hhp.uh.edu/MAT. We're making a lot of great moves and a lot of great advances thanks to some of our strategic partners like Memorial Hermann and the Ironman Sports Medicine Institute and Jeremy Jackson and the Sports Medicine Broadcast. My friend, you've done a great job putting all this together. Talk to you later.
Thank you, sir. All right, so Mike is going to be my co-host here. We're going to talk to Reve coming up. Let me see.
See ya.
Mike, you can see the people who are commenting in the blab there.
Is that on the right side of my screen?
Yeah, all those people that are logged in.
Yeah.
Sure. All right, so your job now is to scroll through there and pick one name, and then we're going to have that person win a Lairdale backstrap spine board with head immobilizer. So again, this is pretty nice deal. We actually have one of those here at the school, and I put kids on it all the time to teach them. But as Mike's scrolling through, you're going to find a name as an athletic trainer. Remember that some people join the blab that aren't athletic trainers or don't have anything to do with it. So as you look through it, if it looks like something that might not be an athletic trainer, maybe it's all in Arabic or something like that, then maybe they're not, and you can skip right by it. But Mike is going to pick one of those, give us the name, and then that person is going to win the Lairdale backstrap.
Off the list of viewers on the sidebar here.
Yes, sir. Off the list of viewers on the sidebar. So.
Okay. I was looking in the wrong place. Let's do. Has DHS_AT won anything?
Nope. Should be Dawson High School. So it may be Chris Shattuck or Roderick or who else is it? Dawson. Gretchen. So it could be one of them. All right. So DHS. Dawson, y'all email me and I'll send you out I'll give you info to Greg over at School Health, and he'll send you out the Lairdale backstrap spine board with head immobilizer. And then again, if you guys don't need it, then you can find a program, you can donate, you can use it for teaching. But for being part of the Sports Medicine Broadcast Live, Mike has picked you to be the winner. And then we're going to be talking with Reve. Reve, why don't you go ahead and call in, click the little camera button that says call in, and we're going to be talking with Reve about being a first-year athletic trainer. So she's brand new, and she also kind of got abandoned in the middle of the year. So
double whammy. What do you need?
You're good there. Yeah. All right, so Dawson, who are we talking with? Are we talking with Chris, Roderick, or Gretchen? Oh, there we go. Call in. Send.
There we go.
Hola.
Hi.
It works.
It works. All right. Let me see.
There we go. Right
There we
there.
go. Hi, Reve. Sorry about that there. So
You're fine.
we're good. All right, so at Dawson, we got everybody logged in there. At Dawson, I was talking to President Saylor earlier at the very beginning, talking about your plywood that's on the roof. So hopefully we can get a shot from Hobby tweeting it out there. It's really cool. If you're on Twitter, just check out their tweet about what they did for National Athletic Training Month. I love Chris's ideas. He comes up with just like, why did you come up with that? Where did you, he's just got awesome ideas. So check them out, see what they're doing there. And it might not have been his idea, but he's kind of the leader over there. So check him out there on Twitter. What is it? DHS_AT, and then see what they're doing. All right, Reve, welcome.
Thanks.
Let's see. Let's hear your athletic training story to start off. So how'd you get introduced to athletic training? Where'd you graduate from? And then go from there.
All right. Well, my dad is a high school coach, so I've kind of been around high school athletics my whole life. I didn't really look into athletic training until I was about halfway through my bachelor's or undergraduate schooling. I wanted to do physical therapy first, and then I took a class called Athletic Injuries at A&M, and that really got me interested in sports medicine, because even if I was going to go the PT route, I wanted to do sports, like go into sports medicine, specialize in it. So once I learned about athletic training, I was like, well, that's a great, outlet. That'd be a great profession to start in. And I mean, now I'm pretty sure I just want to do athletic training for the rest of my life. I don't think I'd go PT, but so after that, I realized I'd need to do a master's program. And so I went and got my master's in athletic training at Stephen F. Austin with their entry-level master's program.
And you graduated from Stephen F. Austin in?
May 2015.
May 2015. So then your first job was here at Rayburn High School in Pasadena?
Yes.
And
yes.
All right. So you knew Kristen from school, right?
I did not know her. One of my references was actually her preceptor when she was in school. So that was our mutual person. And so she's really how I got the job, because we both knew that same preceptor. But
all right. Okay, so kind of what we want to talk about is first year as athletic training. So again, Mike, you're there to kind of carry on the conversation as a preceptor, as a program director. Bubba here, you just, any of those questions you have for Reve as a first year, things that, we need to look at teaching, or, things that we forget about because we've been doing this for a little while. So Reve, talk about first experience at the high school, when you first day on the job. Just tell me some of your thoughts, feelings about the first day on the job.
My first day on the job, I was there during when volleyball started, so there was really a whole lot for me. I was doing a lot of paperwork, trying to help submit physicals and things like that. I was trying to get oriented with my office. Some of my kids were there. Really, I mean, it wasn't too stressful of a first day, just because there wasn't a whole lot going on as far as like sports and things like that, but just a lot of paperwork, submitting and learning like that process and things like that. So
what's the biggest thing, I'm always curious about this with new students, that you thought you were prepared for, but you weren't?
All of it.
There's always something.
Yeah.
It's always
Yeah. I mean, they always say like they can only teach you so much in school, and it's once you actually get into the job and you're like, oh man, this is all me. Like, in school you have all these mentors that are there. You have your peers, your preceptors, your program directors and stuff that you can always kind of like bounce ideas off of. And so being there by yourself is really something that's kind of eye-opening. You're like, okay, I have to really rely on my own intuition, trust my own like instincts and stuff like that. So I mean, that's really all that wasn't like, that was kind of surprising, I guess.
How did you handle that? I always tell people, like, one of my first experiences as an athletic trainer was I was covering 3A football in Eastern Colorado at a football field where they actually have to turn pickup lights around the end zones because the lights around the track only get to about 5 yards before the goal line, which also means I don't have cell coverage. So I'm new, I'm brand new to the profession. I'm literally on an island. I have no one else to talk to from healthcare. And so I'm out of that setting. How did you manage that sort of thing?
I mean, our program director kind of told us before we left, she told us, don't try and be high and mighty and diagnose every single thing. It's okay if you don't know the answer to something. As long as you know what is life-threatening and what's not, you're probably going to end up treating it the same way anyway, starting with, resting, compression, ice, elevation. So just knowing what's life-threatening, what's not life-threatening, kind of showing your athletes and stuff that, yeah, I don't have all the answers, but sometimes I don't have all the answers, but I'll go and look it up and I'll try and do my best to give you the best coverage that you can, or the best care that I can. So
I think that's a great piece of advice that it's hard for all of us. I'm old. I look older than Brad, but I'm younger than him. But that it was all hard for all of us to realize we don't know all of what we're evaluating. We don't have the answers. And admitting to say, I don't know, but this needs further care is a good thing to say, as opposed to, I don't know, let's play around with this for a week and not get anywhere good and positive. With that being said, I want to jump ahead. You had to fly solo for a little bit during football season, which when I started, I was solo by myself for several years. And so I want to ask it in two ways. What was that like for you? You go a month or two, I don't know the exact time frame, but a couple months with a coworker, somebody to bounce ideas off, and all of a sudden, oh, he's calling in. Let me try this. All of a sudden, hit this.
Yeah. Go ahead, I'll get it.
All of a sudden, you're by yourself, so you're now having to make these decisions with no safety net, so to speak. I mean, you've got that safety net. So what was that like? And then what was something that you wish they'd have told you in school that they never told you, that you go, if they'd have only told me that?
Well, like you said, I did have, I think it was about 2.5 months or 1.5 months with my coworker. So she did a really good job of prepping me for as many situations as she could think of. But then once it was just me, there were all the situations that happened with just me, I pretty much was prepared for. There were a few that I wasn't. So I had you, and then our district athletic trainer and the rest of the Pasadena ISD trainers that really came in and helped out and were really supportive and had answered any questions I had. So that was really nice to have that kind of, not necessarily safety net, but anybody I could go to, kind of mentorship, I guess.
Right.
What was the second part of your question again? Yes, a two-part question.
So what was one thing? The other part was, what was the one thing or one thing that you wish in school somebody would have told you X, Y, or Z, because reality was way different than the textbook? Or as I put it, things they never told me in the job interview.
That's a tough one. I had a really good experience with my internship, in that I got to experience disgruntled parents. I got to experience freshmen that don't know the difference between sore and hurt. I got to experience all these different things that a lot of people kind of don't know about in their first job. So I really had a good idea of what I was getting into. So there wasn't really a whole lot of
real big surprise. Yeah, good.
What's going to happen? Yeah.
Can Matt hear us?
Hi, Matt.
Yeah.
Hey, you're there live. All right.
Yeah. This has been an adventure.
All right, so Reve, again, just thinking about your first year, if you were to do it over, would you do it any different?
I don't think so. I probably would have. My kids know me as the nice one and my coworker as the mean one. So I guess I would try and be a little more, not necessarily mean or anything, but I guess a little more authoritative with the kids. They did a great job once my coworker left, and did an awesome job of helping me out. But I did have a couple of problems with them, not listening to me and stuff like that, but nothing super major. So I guess coming in with more of an authoritative approach rather than, I kind of sat there and was quiet and observed and stuff. be a little more vocal at the beginning, but it all worked out. It's all good now.
What do you think is that best approach? Working with an authoritative personality and working with, say, coaches and athletes who, especially at the high school, or especially children still, even though they like to try and think they're older, they're kids.
Yeah.
What strategies did you use in your first year to kind of say, all right, and this is how I went to be more of that authority figure on, medical issues?
On medical issues, or
yeah,
just okay.
Athletic training in general, just yeah.
Are you talking about with like my student athletic trainers or with like my athletes?
Athletes.
Athletes. I tried to make sure that they trusted and knew that I do know what I'm talking about, and I know like how to best take care of them. What I found is they really like to learn like what's going on with their body and stuff like that. Like, so I'll take a moment and be like, okay, this is a learning topic, and then I'll kind of explain something, and they really enjoy that. They're like, oh man, I'm learning more about my body and stuff like that. So them knowing that I do know, or I'm competent in what I'm doing, has really helped that for them to see me like as an authoritative figure, and then also just as a healthcare provider to them. Like they feel at ease, I guess, with me and comfortable.
Do you have like a school nursing staff that you work with at all?
We do have two. We have a nurse, and then we have a nurse's aide. Normally, if a kid will go to them and they like, we had a couple that would go to them and say they had headaches and stuff, and so they were football players. So the nurse would call us right up and say, "Hey, so and so came in. I'm going to send them down to you so you can check them out for concussion or things like that." So we have a pretty good relationship with them. But yeah, we do have those nurses there.
And I think that's good for you to do, just from an outsider's perspective, because that builds that collaborative practice, that interprofessional practice we're trying to build within our profession. Instead of saying hands off to this nursing staff, let me do my job. They're working with you, and at the end of the day, the only person that benefits is the patient.
Yes.
All right, so I got a question, Nicole. You are about to take your BOC exam. You're about to start working. Reve is just fresh out of college. What question or question would you have for her, or what would you want to know from her being so close to where you are about to be?
Yeah, so I know you probably don't have any current regrets, but do you wish that maybe after you graduated you would have done like a residency or something to prepare you to be more of an independent clinician or in your practice before you went right into the job setting?
Not really. I mean, I had the unique opportunity in that I had 6 weeks by myself. So that really, I definitely feel I'm a better athletic trainer because of those 6 weeks. But I feel like I was pretty kind of well prepared, especially with being, having been in the high school setting basically my whole life. And then I had a really, really great internship experience. So no, I wouldn't have gone into like a residency or an actual internship. My internship, I meant my season sport in school. But I had a really good experience with that. So I don't think I would have gone for like an internship or residency or anything like that.
Are you still being surprised by like anything new and different that you didn't expect to come your way?
Every day.
Every day. It never ends.
I guess, yeah. I mean, especially with different, you read about certain injuries and how they normally present in textbooks and things like that. But we've had a plethora of ACL injuries, unfortunately, with our school, and each one of them has presented like in a different way. And so that's neat in that I'm getting more of a broader scope of what different injuries can look like. But I mean, yeah, injury wise, yeah, I get surprised every day. Like, oh, that's this, and it doesn't present like a normal textbook, like ankle sprain would be or something like that. So.
All right, I got a question from Joanna Ruiz from the chat room here. So did the coaching staff respect the fact that there was only one athletic trainer?
Absolutely, they did. They were so understanding and stuff. In fact, there were a couple of times in football season when I had to get some kids out. It was after school, and I had kids that I was trying to tape and get out to practice. And one of our assistant principals came by and said, "Hey, we have a band kid that's down with an emergency. Can you come?" And so I dropped everything and went to that emergency, and I called up our head coach and kind of explained the situation. And afterwards, he was talking to me, and he said, I know you're getting pulled in different directions, and now you're the only one. So I completely understand, no worries and stuff like that. So they were really great.
Very cool. Very cool. And then, do you want to ask another question? Do you think that being by yourself for 6 weeks made you enjoy your job more?
There were days when I was very, very stressed out, and the kids told me that they could tell, and so they'd say, "Oh, I knew I had to get this job done, so I got it done before you could tell me anything," because they knew that I'd probably get after them and stuff. But it did, because and now I feel more confident in myself and my abilities and stuff, and so it made me. Some days I didn't like my job, but most of the days I did. I came at the end of the day, I still loved all my kids and stuff, and loved what I did. So, yeah.
All right, Matt, you have studied the history of athletic training. You've written at least one book on the history of athletic training. Do you remember your first year on the job as an athletic trainer?
Yeah, I do. It was quite an adventure. It was that I'd gone to a place and I was told they had a great athletic training facility. It was so nice. And it was a fenced off part of the equipment room with a whirlpool that probably hadn't been cleaned in 15 years and a metal cabinet and no ice machine, no nothing. And I started from there and started to find stuff and get stuff and found a room that was suitable in a suitable location where I could actually put some tables and actually have a little privacy. So, for the kids, because it was literally, it wasn't close to any of the athletic facilities. And it was chain link fence in the equipment room, fenced off area in the equipment room, which is about 10 feet by 10 feet. So it was a rude awakening. I went from a college facility that was pretty well equipped to having pretty much nothing. And, you had to use these as, your best tool, but it was an adventure. I learned a lot.
According to your coach, so you didn't have nothing. You had a whirlpool, and every athletic training room must have a whirlpool, according to them. If it's got that, you've got everything you need. Yes,
and it took me, I don't know how much acetic acid to get all the scale out of it. And I was a little worried that, I had the electrician check it out because I'm going, I don't know if I want to plug this thing in to electrocute some kid. So.
All right, Reve. So talk about comparing his first job to what you kind of expected before you ever interviewed at Rayburn there.
I kind of had to cheat because I knew the guy that I was replacing. So I knew him, so I knew basically what I was getting into before I even interviewed. But we have just an awesome facility. It's so spacious. We have, I think, 4 treatment tables, 3 taping tables, and it's really good space. So compared to what he had, we kind of have a mansion, I guess.
All right. So Matt, earlier we were discussing this, and Yellen was saying that the first athletic trainer was some dude in Roman times. And you said it was Jim Robinson, 1881 at Harvard University, which Mike is ashamed because he's at Northeastern University right on the other side of Boston.
Way to throw him under the bus again, Jeremy. Nice job.
Well, he wasn't, I don't know.
Just 2 times.
Yeah.
He was
already got driven over. Now you backed right out and just.
Right. What was that? Oh, no, let's go back again.
Don't worry. If we talk about the next one where you're talking about you're on the border. So.
And in my book, I kind of mentioned that, people want to go back and have Greek and Roman, connections. And they wanted, at the time, they wanted to do it with everything. Oh, yes, because go. An example I use in the book is go look at Washington, D.C. and look at the architecture. The Capitol building and the White House, and they're all, it's all Greek and Roman type stuff. But there really wasn't anything like an athletic trainer, particularly. It was a coach who would also oversee. They'd oversee everything. They were like a parent. They were their physician. They were their athletic trainer. They were their dietitian. They were everything to them. And mostly, they were their coach. And usually they lived with them, and oversaw their bathing and all kinds of stuff like that. But it was nothing comparable. There's no job comparable to what they did back in the ancient Greek and Roman times today. And so, but people wanted to have that old connection, because it kind of supposedly gave you prestige or something. I don't know. But once, the Roman Empire decayed, there was really nothing like athletic training. There was training. They would have trainers for boxing matches and, chicken fights and all kinds of stuff. Actually, there was an 1808 booklet that was produced on training, and it included, I think, boxing, wrestling, horses, and chickens, how to train those things.
And we still battle that today.
Well, sure. But that's kind of how we got started with Jim Robinson at Harvard. He was the track coach. That's what athletic trainer means, actually, is track coach. It was track and field athletics, and the trainer was a coach. Well, he was the first track coach at Harvard in the spring of 1881. Well, what happens is the football team was getting their butts kicked, and they didn't have coaches at the time. They had grad students, or the team captain was their coach. Well, they said, well, maybe if we could condition them correctly, we would quit getting our butts kicked. And so they said, well, what about the athletic trainer, the track coach, to come help us condition and stuff? And that's what he did. Of course, he dealt with injuries right away, because his job was to get the team on the field in as good a shape as he could. So it started with that. And as soon as Harvard had an athletic trainer, other people started to say, well, maybe we should do this too, because the arms race in college athletics started in the 1800s. It's nothing new.
Right.
So.
Just Ivy schools can't have something the other doesn't.
Sure. Yeah.
All right. So it's close to the time. We're going to continue. Matt, if you'll stay in. Reve, I'm going to ask you one question, and then I'm going to have you pick a number.
Okay.
Or pick a number 1 through 12 first.
12?
Yeah. Pick number 12?
9.
Oh, 9?
9.
All right. All right. So I'll count numbers, and then I'll decide who's going to win the prize here out of the live chat that I have going on. All right. So Reve, the question, or the thing I want to know is, you're talking to Nicole. All right. So Nicole is about to graduate. So if you have one line of advice, one short little saying to her, what's that going to be?
I gave her the same advice that my program director gave me. Don't be high and mighty. Be confident in yourself, but also know your limitations. So.
Excellent.
That's good advice.
Golden nugget. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. And Nicole, I'm thankful that you're here to help out, to be part of it, and you've been part of it a lot. So I think you're one of the people that is willing to continue to learn, and I've always been impressed since the first time you came. So very cool.
Oh, thank you.
All right, Reve, appreciate it. It's probably lunchtime for you over there.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we have enjoyed talking, and I'm sure I'll see you soon.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks for having me on.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
All right. So in the live chat that I have Dennis Walker. Dennis Walker has won the Kramer Tough Tech Jr. Kramer Tough Tech Jr. kit So send me your address. My email is info@sportsmedicinebroadcast.com. Again, if I had knew what to do at the beginning, I would have made it jeremy@sportsmedicinebroadcast.com, but I was new to all this setting it up. So info, I-N-F-O, @sportsmedicinebroadcast.com. Send me your address where you want that kit mailed to. So the Kramer Tough Tech Junior kit, courtesy of School Health. And so they're giving all this stuff away, supporting us. And I'm glad to be able to give this stuff to you, the listeners of the Sports Medicine Broadcast. So again, Dennis Walker, email me your information so we can get that out to you. Next up, we have Bob Marley. But while Bob's still transitioning in, let's get one more question.
Let me ask one.
All right,
I want to ask a couple. Matt, two things I want to know. A, for people like me that want to get your book, how can we get it? And two, that didn't make A and two. When you were researching our profession, what was something that shocked you about it that you really weren't expecting to find out?
Well, okay, how to get the book. Here it is. See, I have my, you always got to do a little promotion. It's available on Amazon. It's called Dropping the Bucket and Sponge, or you can go on to athletictraininghistory.com, which is my athletic training history website.
Okay.
There's a link.
And Matt's giving one away free to all the listeners today. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
Yeah, sure. You betcha. I mean, I'm already in the hole a lot for writing this book. It took a lot more money to write the book than I've sold books. So
that was your shock right there.
I don't play a lot of freebies anymore.
Yeah.
A few here and there, but and then what was the second question?
What shocked you about it?
Yeah. I think the thing that probably surprised me the most is I was doing research in the early 20th century. It was, I think, 1906. It might be a year or two off. I found an article in a medical journal which compared how physicians treated athletic injuries compared to how athletic trainers treated athletic injuries. And basically, the athletic trainers were using heat, but also using ice. They were using early motion in the treatment of injuries. This is 1906, and compared the results to what the physicians were getting, and the athletic trainers were getting better results than the physicians. And so a lot of the things that we do go back a long, long time, a lot longer than I had ever thought. So, and that shocked me quite a bit. And another thing that kind of surprised me is how, the techniques that we use to do things have changed quite a bit, and the materials have changed a lot. I mean, when they started, they didn't have athletic tape, but even in the earliest years, a lot of the basic functions of the athletic trainer were very similar to what we do today.
No, Matt, are you going to be staying on?
I'm retired. I can stay on as long as I want.
All right, so then we'll just let you kind of hang out in there, and then we're going to move on to Bob. We may have some more questions for you, or you have some comments there. But real quick, I did want to point out that most of the prominent athletic trainers did grow up in Natick, Massachusetts, which is right where Mike McKinney lives. He said that half of his house is on the border or something like that. And so I told him he's definitely one of the prominent athletic trainers. So on that note, Matt, I'm not sure if you heard earlier, but how we're doing the prizes is I took those questions and separated them into 8. I have 8 small prizes and then 1 big prize for the trivia that you sent out. And so people should be tweeting to you. Hopefully you're seeing those, and hopefully you draw some more traffic towards you, and people can, find out more about your book, Dropping the Sponge and Bucket. So Matt's going to look at those. He's going to pick some winners and send it to me, and then we'll send out the smaller prizes to those people, and then the big prize to the one that has the most correct answers, or just the one that he likes the most, whatever. It's all up to him.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have to tell you how he decided that. So without much further ado, we're going to get to my friend Bob Marley. Definitely a legend in athletic training here in the greater Houston area, and probably far outside. Bob is I've told him before that he's the person that I would want to be in athletic training. If I need something, I call Bob. If I need to know something, I call Bob. If I don't know anything, call Bob. Bob knows. Bob can connect me with that person. Bob is an incredible person, incredible athletic trainer, very giving. He's won several awards. Everybody that meets him and works with him was probably going to say exactly the same thing as what I just said. So with that being said, Bob Marley, introduce yourself. Uh-oh. Bob, your mic is off. Your audio is not working. You mute yourself. Did I mute you? So you see that he's so great, he doesn't even want to speak right there. He's humble.
Yeah.
So we're going to be talking with Bob about it. It's just keep playing with it. If for some reason it doesn't work, you can jump out and then back in. I don't know. I can tell you you're on your iPad. I don't know. So Bob Marley works for the Houston Texans and the professional sports. He also works at Houston Baptist University and teaches courses, athletic training courses. And then he works at what high school does he work at? It used to be Needville or Nederland.
East Bernard.
East Bernard. So he works at a local high school as their athletic trainer. And what I really want to see is just contrasting the three, because he's working all three jobs simultaneously. Okay, 4 jobs. So he's doing all 4 jobs.
And he's a preceptor for our program.
Right. That's right.
5, is that 5 or 6?
That'd be 5.
All 5 jobs at one time, and he's married and has kids, right? Grown kids. And so just how he accomplishes all this, how he just his thoughts, because he does so much. How do they compare? And what are the goods and bads of each of those? So,
He's coming. He's
all right.
trying to get back in right now.
Trying to get back in.
How about now? Talk. Nope.
Nope. We have headphones.
Matt, it's not just you.
I feel his pain.
I know Roland had a problem with the iPad earlier. I don't know if maybe on your phone it would work.
He just put an earpiece in.
All right, that better, Bob? What you got, Mike?
What do you got, Bob? Anything? Nope. Nope.
No. All right. All right, so Nicole, since we're waiting on Bob trying to figure it out, what is your perception of Bob Marley?
Oh, I completely agree with everything you said.
Make sure you tuck into the.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, Bob is great. I was able to. He was actually my preceptor for a couple weeks. I did a few ride-alongs with him, and from one high school to another, maybe about an hour travel. But he was ready, answering phone calls, always doing something. And then when we would get to that high school, he would see student after student after student, get through that high school, drive to the next one. So he's always on the go. He's always on the run, always helping someone, always doing something for the profession and being professional. Also, at the same time, I'm following him, so he's mentoring me. He's just great all around, and he helps out and works with a lot of different people. So yeah, his connections, his networking is great. He was awesome to just follow and be around for a while.
All right, Bob, are you with us yet?
Nope.
Still no? Still no? Okay. I don't have any other way to do that.
He's got a bad signal. It's part of his problem.
All right, so we're gonna try and get Bob back in, but for now,
let's go back to some history.
Yeah, we're gonna go back to some athletic training history. Let me see. All right, Matt, tell us a little bit more about what the soldiers did in World War I. I mean, you typed they worked with the pilots and not soldiers. The athletic trainers did in World War I. You said that they worked with pilots and soldiers, but give me a little more.
Yeah, pilots and soldiers is what they worked with mostly. They would do the conditioning, a lot of the conditioning exercises for them, and they would work in medical hospitals, Army hospitals, Navy hospitals, sometimes with people who had been injured. But the main point, Walter Camp was organizing the collegiate coaches and athletic trainers to help out in the war effort. And they thought the athletic trainers would be best at trying to condition the pilots, get them used to the stresses that they were going to undergo, which were quite a bit back in those days. You think about, I mean, well, not like flying at F-15 isn't difficult, but you're in an open cockpit and planes that crash a lot. It's just stressful, probably taking off in those things. So, and they seem to do a good job. There were some people who were, excuse me, praised for their work with the pilots in World War II. This kind of led into what happened in World War II. Is a lot of the athletic trainers would go to work at the naval pre-flight schools. There were, I think, 5 of them in the end, all around the country, and they would have an athletic training staff. And they had physicians that oversaw them, and they had pretty much, and these guys are coming out of the Great Depression and in schools that didn't have any money, so they had no supplies, no equipment, no nothing. And all of a sudden, they pretty much had everything they wanted. And they learned how to set up a more modern athletic training room, much more modern than they had before. And, things with like ventilation, which they generally didn't have, is usually just part of a locker room. And so that's going to lead to a lot of changes. But that all goes back to that World War I experience when they said, how do we use these people? Now, in World War I and World War II, a lot of the athletic trainers who didn't kind of go to work for the service, I mean, some would enlist and others would just work as civilians, but the others would stay on their campuses and train the students who were in, like the ROTC type programs and stuff like that. So pretty much all the athletic trainers during both wars had a part to play, and they seem to have played it quite well.
If I understand right, your book is from the inception of athletic training until around 1950, and then you've got a second one you're researching that'll take us to the present time. Is that right?
Yeah. It goes to 1947, which is the year when what's now District 3 will form, and that leads into the formation of the NATA with the EATA forming and a lot of that. A lot of people don't realize that there were originally 9 districts, but 8 of them actually had formed before the NATA started, and they formed the NATA. The NATA didn't form the districts formed the NATA.
Right. Okay, so are you researching to present time now, or writing about it, doing it all at the same time?
Yeah, I'm researching it, making notes. When you write a book, and especially when it turns out to be about 3 times longer than you thought it was going to be, you learn a lot of lessons. And one thing I learned is do all the notes and go through all the stuff first, then arrange them, and then write it all at once. So I'm still in the note-taking stage. I hope to have it done by the end of this year. Have it all done. So I've still got a couple of research trips to take and things. So
without giving away anything, since you want us to buy it, what are you noticing from, Volume 1 to Volume 2 changes in the profession?
Well, it's the big thing is in Volume 1, if you read it, there's a lot of stuff on individual athletic trainers and what they're doing, because that was really the only way to figure out what kind of the standards of practice and those things were. There were no, there was a few books, Billick's Trainer's Bible and things like that, but there weren't very many. There were no standards of practice. There wasn't a code of ethics. There wasn't an educational system. There wasn't any of those things. And what I see going into the second book is that the individual athletic trainers and what they're doing kind of become less important to the profession as a whole, because we've organized and we start doing things like saying, what is the model education system? What ethics should we have, those types of things. So it goes more from just a bunch of individuals doing whatever they thought was best to an organized profession with standards and those types of things. And it makes a huge difference, but it also makes a difference for me in how I write it. because there was a lot of biography in the first one, and there won't be nearly as much in the second one. You know, I mean, some people like a Pinky Newell will get quite a bit of write-up in it, but individuals aren't nearly as important as the group becomes. And now we've got, there's like 50,000 certified athletic trainers. One individual isn't going to stand out all that much, with those numbers. But in the old days when there's 150 of them, it was pretty easy for an individual to stand out. So.
All right, Mike. Have you met or seen anything, since you're from that area, that has like the rich history of athletic training, like the beginning? Have you seen any sort of plaques or met any of those people that are kind of founders of our job?
To be honest, I really haven't, because I'm originally from an area out in Colorado where it's not as the strong as say it is in other parts of the country. The biggest thing I did notice out here was how well recognized our profession actually is, and I actually haven't seen that anywhere else that I've traveled. I think that's a testament to the people that came before us, and the fact that it's been such a present, just part of the consciousness in sports here for the longest time. My wife's also an athletic trainer, and I remember when we got here, she was covering youth football camps and games like 8 and under, and even these 8-year-olds are running up asking actually for an athletic trainer. They know exactly what you do. And that's, I can tell you from where I started my profession, that's not the case. So I think it's more that legacy, that history that they've left, that I've just been able to benefit from it. And I think it's a great area to practice because of that.
Matt, outside of the financial component, which I fully understand, having a daughter that's a musician and has 2 CDs out, and I'll never retire, but do you find this experience as rewarding as you thought it was going to be? Or I know, like anything, there's frustration and elation, but how do you find this whole experience?
Well, I love doing the research, and I love learning all these new things that I've learned. There was so much stuff that I had never heard of, and I don't think any other athletic trainer had ever heard of, that I dug up through old newspaper articles and stuff, and that fascinated me, and I loved that. By the time I got to writing the book, it's the text part of it is like 550 pages, so it's really long. And by the time I was getting to the very end of it, I just wanted to be done. I mean, I expected to spend, maybe a year and do the entire history of athletic training, and I spent about 30 months doing the first half. So it did drag on. I love doing the research, but then once I know it, it's like, oh, now I got to write it so everyone else can learn about it. But it's like, but I already know this. So I would do the research just to do the research, just for the joy of learning. The writing, which is okay, but it can be a slog, especially something that I wanted something very detailed, because we didn't really have a detailed history, so people could use it later on for whatever they wanted to do.
What drove you to do this originally? Was there an event that you said, you know what, we need this, or is it just something you wanted to do on your own for a while?
Well, it was, when I was in college, I wasn't an athletic training major. There really were very few athletic training majors around. I had a minor in athletic training, and I actually majored in social science education as a history teacher. When I first started, because you taught full-time and you were an athletic trainer full-time, and it was 2 jobs and you did them, and they didn't pay you crap. But a lot of us have that same experience. So I always liked history. And then as I got through, as a state president and went up as a district director, and I had a lot of people say, the young people, they don't know our history. It's like, well, have we ever taught them our history? And that kind of got me interested, and I started to kind of look at things, and it came time for me to say, all right, I'm going to hang it up. I needed something to do, and this was always an interest. And like I say, it became a much larger task than I ever thought it would be, but it was, I mean, I like doing it, and I think it was something that needed to be done. So, like you say, there's good and bad stuff about it, but I just love a history, and then wanting the younger people to kind of know our history, so people will quit bitching about, oh, you know, they don't know our history. It's like, well, no one teaches it to them, so how are they going to know? So.
Right.
All right. So earlier we played a little bit of a game. Nicole, when was the NATA formed?
Was it early 1990s?
Early 1990s. All right. Nicole said early 1990s. Mike, what do you say?
1950.
1950, Bubba?
Yep. Same.
All right. Matt, what is the answer?
Well, it depends on which NATA you're talking about. There's been two.
I can't wait.
The first one was in existence from 38 to 1944, and it went under during the war. They just couldn't, do all the war stuff they had to do and keep it going. And then 1950 is the current one. There was actually another organization they thought of forming during World War I in 1970. It was the Association of Track Coaches and Athletic Trainers or something. But again, because of the war, just like the one that killed off the first NATA, they never really got it going. And after the war, they put it together, but just included track coaches. It didn't include athletic trainers. So there's a little history of the stalled organizations before we finally got it going.
All right. So here's something that everybody that watches sports, probably college, at least football, knows is the LSU Tiger. Now, does anybody know the name of that tiger?
Yeah. Oh.
All right, so
It's named after the athletic trainer.
yeah, so you ruined
Yeah.
it there. Way to go, Bubba.
I can't.
All right, so
you didn't say to shut up on it. I'm trying to name it.
all right, so it's Mike, the Tiger, the LSU Tiger. But why is it named after the athletic trainer Mike Chambers from LSU? Matt?
Because he was the mascot.
Hey, that's a good guess. Matt?
Well, he was instrumental in acquiring their first tiger as a mascot. So he found a live tiger and brought it to campus. And basically, either there's two stories. One, they let out class, or the second story is the students just skipped class, and maybe they didn't want to say that they were skipping class. But when the tiger came up, and the students decided to name it after Mike Chambers, because he was pretty important to the school, and he was only there for a couple of years, but he was very important in acquiring the first tiger. And Mike Chambers was actually the first president of the first NATA. He was very well respected in the 1930s in athletic training.
Huh.
I was taught to be resourceful, but I'm not entirely sure I could acquire a live tiger.
Yeah, and it's a little different nowadays too. Mike Murphy, when he was at, I believe it was Yale, in the early 1900s, had a bear that one of the students gave to him, and the students football players would practice tackling the bear.
No way.
Until the bear got a little too large, and then they decided they better give the bear to somebody else.
Grizzly Adams.
Well, their current
That's how Grizzly
mascot's
Adams
name is
started.
Bananas.
Mike, if you can
Bananas
get
the
a
black bear.
Mike, if you can get a bear or a tiger, we won't even think about all these misses on these trivia questions that you've had today.
Yeah.
When we play Maine this weekend in the playoffs, I'll see if they can bring one down with them.
All right, so I know Alicia, she's in the chat room. She's watching live. She also hosts her podcast, and she has a hashtag, That's Business, and it's talking about athletic trainers, That's Business. So what I'm going to do is go to the zoo, take a picture with the tiger, and hashtag That's Business. How's that sound?
There you go.
Now I'm a freaking zookeeper.
That
That is unbelievable that he acquired a tiger. It's not like you can go get one from the woods. That's crazy.
I just keep seeing that scene from The Hangover.
Yeah, there was a zoo that had an extra tiger or something. I can't remember the story. It's in the book, but I can't remember the exact parts of it. But it's one of the fun thing about writing the book and find out about him. He's a pretty fascinating guy, Mike Chambers. But then you get, and I talked to his grandson. You get to get connected to all these people. Hey, I see you're doing this stuff. It's like, hey, you got any information on your grandpa I can use? And he sent me a bunch of stuff, so it's kind of neat. And they appreciate it. It's like because I'll know some things they didn't know, and obviously they know things I didn't know. So it's pretty.
All right, Nicole, you should know this one right here. When did the NATA have its first female member?
Oh, I don't.
Nicole.
Come on, they know Josh teaches you all this stuff. He lives for it.
Yeah.
All right, what's your guess then?
Probably 1960s.
1960s. All right, Bubba.
Female member. I'm gonna say in the 50s.
All right, Mike, what are you gonna say?
I was gonna say late 60s.
Mike,
Late
go in the
60s.
30s just because we didn't even know it existed. You could have had a chance.
Late 60s. All right, Matt, do you remember the answer off the top of your head?
The first female athletic trainer who was a member of the NATA was 1966.
Good job, Mike. Yes.
It was Dottie Cohen. She was a grad student at the University of Indiana.
Dottie Cohen, University
Sweet.
of Indiana.
1966.
All right. We
I
go
think
right.
it's left to serve my punishment and go around Harvard Stadium on Sunday morning, but
There's classic. There's some classic stuff, and Kramer's pushed it a lot in their first aider. Like girl athletic trainers, why not? It's of course it gave them a huge problem, because most schools didn't have much of it, or if any, of a women's athletic program, and the guys used to be walking in the athletic training room naked and all kinds of stuff, and it was a problem. Or the athletic training room directly connected to the locker room. You open the door and there's all the naked guys. So in Title IX comes around and they have to make adjustments. I think a lot of people were okay with that, except for they had huge facility issues. And, it's like, you got to build me a new facility. And of course, the colleges are going, no, we don't have the money. You got to work it out. So it was kind of a pain in the butt, but that was just part of that changeover, and you can find a lot of the women athletic trainers who started, in the 60s and 70s telling stories about having to wait outside till the guys were done, getting dressed and everything before they go in the athletic training room. There's hundreds and hundreds of stories like that.
I'm gonna make this a two-parter. We had somebody, Don Stuckey wrote in asking about if you've got anything in it about Eddie Wojcicki, and then what about some of the others out of Texas for us? Bobby Gunn, Otho Davis, who actually was up in Philly for years, and some of these guys that we're familiar with down here that were big names nationally as well. But let's go with Eddie first.
Well, yeah, I don't have there's really not much on Eddie in the first book. I don't even know if I mentioned him in the first, because he's kind of coming into the second book. Same with Bobby Gunn and definitely Otho, being he was the executive director for so long. But I mean, yeah, there's a lot of Texas guys. There's quite a few Texas guys in the first book too. And stuff, people you probably haven't heard a lot about. But yeah, in the second book, there's a lot of stuff about the guys from SWATA, and a lot of the SWATA directors would end up being pretty prominent leaders in athletic training history. So yeah, there'll be quite a bit on those guys.
All right.
All right. Again, Matt, you're welcome to kind of hang out there. Sam Lee is our next guest, and my all-star trivia co-host, Mike McKinney, is going to get back to his paperwork and his ice rink. I can tell you, Mike, you would do better than I did. All right.
This is embarrassing. I'm just embarrassed. So hopefully when I'm on your podcast about 2 weeks, I can make up for it.
I'm sure you will. Just a wealth of knowledge. I love talking to Mike. He knows a lot of stuff. Kind of confuses me, though, because he's a really smart guy, and I usually keep things simple. So, Mike, before you leave, our next gift, our next prize is a package of essential oils coming from Craig Lewin. So we're going to pick that from the Blab. Actually, Matt, can you see the chat over there on the right? On the right.
Yeah.
All right. So scroll through there and find a name. So, Mike, I will let you head off to your paperwork. Thanks for joining me, and I'll see you soon.
All right. Thanks, guys. Nice to meet all of you. Have a good day.
Hi, Mike.
Do.
All right, so you come in there telling, okay, you can bring Alicia in, and then come in there telling Sam to come in. All right, so we're gonna bring in Alicia. Who we got, Matt?
What do you want me to do with Sam?
Who are we gonna pick
You
here?
tell him to click
What is
the call.
WMHSATC?
All right, so
As Mike the time.
all right, say that one more time.
WMHSATC.
All right, so WMHSATC. Type there in the
Yes.
chat and let's see who you are, and then email me info@sportsmedicinebroadcast.com, your address and your email, and then I'll send that on to Craig, and he's going to send that package with you. Also, with this package of essential oils, Craig's going to set up a 15-minute Skype call so you can talk to him and say, hey, what is this for? How do I best use it? So send me your email at info@sportsmedicinebroadcast.com, and I'm going to forward that on to Craig, and he's going to send you the package of stuff. I have a link to it there on the website, and you can see kind of what it is that you'll be receiving, and then he's going to set up a call with you to get it. So WMHSATC, comment there in the Blab, but make sure that you send me your email so that I can forward that on to Craig. Again, I'm super excited to be able to give all this stuff away because people are just willing to share, and because what we're doing is pretty cool, and they're celebrating National Athletic Training Month. Alicia, I know you've been talking or been in the chat room commenting, and you've heard me talk about you a couple of different times. So welcome, Alicia.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Welcome. So I was just talking with Alicia, I think we were talking at the very beginning, just about how some of the really cool interviews you're doing on your podcast. And then just now how we were talking about as part of our athletic training business, you need to work on who's going to start working the zoos. Okay. Got that, Alicia?
Yeah. That's I was typing in. That's really interesting information that you're sharing, Matt. And I'll definitely be picking up the book, if for nothing else than reading on the toilet or something, because that's really cool stuff.
Well, it's not meant to be read all at once, and take all the time you need to read it. You got a whole career.
Thank you.
Hey, Matt, if I buy your book off your website, will you sign it?
Yeah,
All
I'll
right.
sign it.
Cool.
I mean, I've got one here. I'll sign it and send it to you. So
All
I
right.
usually order them. They come from South Carolina. I usually just have them shipped from there, but I got one here. I'll sign it,
All right.
ship it off to you.
I'll figure out how to get in touch through Jeremy, how to get in touch with you about that.
Okay.
Well, that's actually a great way, Matt. Why don't you go ahead and tell them how somebody can get in touch with you?
Well, I have a Facebook page. I think it's AT History. My Twitter is you can probably see it on the screen, @AT_history. My email is long. It's mweber, that's 2 B's in Weber, @athletictraininghistory.com. It's a long one, but people kind of remember it. It's like, well, what's the Athletic Training History website? Athletic Training History.
There you
So
go.
it's a long type job, but usually if you just type it once, then
That's what bookmarks are for.
yeah, that's right.
All right, so next up we have Sam Lee. He is from Hawaii. Sam should be calling in here in just a minute. I know he's in the chat room. So Sam, go ahead and click on the call-in button. We could bring you in. And we're going to talk to him about having fun at your job. And I think, Alicia, you're going to be really good at asking a lot of these questions because from what I know of talking to you and your podcast, you have a lot of fun. You really enjoy what you're doing, working with USA Volleyball or running a business and those kind of things. So I'm glad that you're going to be the co-host for this And then also you may have met Sam since you guys are you're so close to Hawaii and the Far West Athletic Trainers Association. So as soon as we get him in, which Sam had to go and look up his Twitter password. So he's the first to say he's not very tech savvy. So maybe just a minute before we can get him in, but without much more on that. Alicia, what other questions do you have that Matt can answer about the athletic training history?
Well, I don't know if I have any questions. I'm just enjoying listening and learning. I thought it was interesting that the first woman wasn't until 66. Was Julie Max the first female president?
Yes.
So yeah.
Yes.
Okay, and that was early 2000s, correct?
Yeah, she would be president from. Let's see, I was probably 98 to 2004. That's off the top of my head. So
Sure.
All right, Sam, can you hear us?
Yes. Aloha. Can you hear me?
Aloha.
Hi, Sam.
All right, so
Hello,
remember, you have
hello.
to say aloha when you're saying hello to Sam. And when you say goodbye, you have to say aloha as well. Got it?
You do one podcast with somebody from Hawaii, and you're an expert now. Is
Hey,
that what
man,
you're
we're
saying?
buds. We're buds. All right, he's already invited me and my family to stay at his place. So.
Sam, I'm coming out there in 2018 on a cruise. I may look you up.
Ooh, please do. Please do. Let's see. That's Mr. Bob? Is
No,
that Mr. Bob Martin?
Nope,
no,
it's
Bob
Bubba.
didn't make it. I
Yeah.
don't even show up on this, do I?
Well, your face is on the camera, but your
No, I
name
don't-
isn't written
well,
anywhere
that's-
because you're not logged in.
It's my parole officer won't let it. So
Hey,
yeah.
Exactly. All right, so Sam, you have Alicia. Have you ever met Alicia?
Of course. Miss
Oh,
Alicia.
no.
Good to see you, girl.
Yeah, because
Hi,
she
good to
actually
see
sent me
you.
your email, right? Yeah, that's right. So there you go. And then in the other corner, we have Matt Weber. He wrote a book called AT History, which he's just kind of filling us in with historical facts, fun, crazy things about the athletic trainer at LSU acquired a tiger and brought it on campus, which is completely random. But hey, that's business, right, Alicia?
Yes, it is.
All right.
Hello there, Mr. Weber.
hello,
Aloha.
aloha. We don't say that a lot in Arizona.
Okay.
And the fine gentleman up in the top left corner?
That's Bubba.
Bubba Wilson.
Oh, hello there, Mr. Wilson.
That's the guy that's going to be coming to you in
That's
a
right.
cruise in a few years.
Yep.
All right. So we want to talk about just having fun. And one of the things that I just cracked up about when we were emailing back and forth is you're just talking about, like, I'm just you can find a bald Chinaman and just put him on camera and tell him it was me. And so you're just a funny guy. And when we talked to you last time, the kids really enjoyed it. And it's funny, they just walked in because the class just started. And so I'm excited that you're happen to be the one that they get to talk to and listen to again. So Sam, tell us some of the ways you have fun at work.
Wow. How do I not have fun at work? I get to go into work Hawaiian time. That means, well, like most people that are full-time athletic trainers in the secondary schools, and we don't have to teach, I can go in more in the afternoon, get some of my chores done in the morning or home for wifey poo. And then I go in more afternoons through evenings to whenever our last practices and games are done. We also work Saturdays, but we've got it good here in Hawaii. I was helping out. Currently, I'm working at a private school called Hawaii Baptist Academy. But for 15 years before that, I was working in the Department of Education in Hawaii at a couple of different schools. The most recent one before my present job was at Castle High School in Kaneohe, Hawaii. I worked there for 13 years. And Hawaii is a pretty neat state to be a secondary school athletic trainer because it is the first state, I think it might still be the only state, to have full-time athletic trainers in all the public secondary schools. And many of those schools now have two. And so just being able to ride the wave of athletic training in the secondary schools in Hawaii has been a great joy for me over the last gosh, over 20 years now.
I believe y'all are the only state that has them at all the schools, all the public secondary schools still.
Yeah. So our challenge now is to make sure that it is still something that we can have in all the private schools. Some of our larger private schools will have athletic trainers, but a lot of the smaller private schools do not. And so that's my challenge in terms of what I'm trying to help people in Hawaii and the communities in Hawaii see that there's a need for that. And so very thankful for the opportunities to get the word out, even through something like this. Maybe that can be another chapter in the history books of athletic training. And I know that with the things that we are a part of with the Far West Athletic Trainers Association, and if you haven't gotten the invite already, please do come this summer, if you can, to Hawaii, to Kona. We're having our Far West Athletic Trainers meeting in July in Kona, and would love to have more people out there. Miss Alicia, are you coming?
It's still up in the air.
Oh, okay. She has been a wonderful, just a person to get to know for me in the Far West, because she's just so entrepreneurial. And so a big shout out to your organization.
Thank you, Sam. I appreciate that.
And so we're just thankful for the different resources we have, not just within our state, but within the region and even nationally. So that's why I love just getting together and doing stuff like this. So how could it not be fun? I live in Hawaii. The weather's, well, I won't tell you how the weather is. You guys might get jealous. But it is very nice out here. And so I'm very thankful. Working with high school kids has been wonderful. And, you know, I'm about ready to be empty nester. I have 2 kids, and my youngest is now a senior in high school. And so we just try to keep having fun here. I don't know how else to describe it. I work at a school that's very college prep oriented. And so behind me, and hopefully to try to encourage and inspire the high schoolers at your school, Jeremy, just to let you know, right behind my left shoulder here, there's a monkey with a Hawaii shirt on. So if there's any kids that want to come to school, we do have a graduate program in athletic training, both professional and post-professional. Villanova is a school that my daughter looks like she may be going to. And so if you're interested in track and field or Big East basketball, you should go there. And got to rep the Hawaii Athletic Trainers Association there a little bit. Let's see. Yale, that's my wife. My wife, she's the smart one. And then behind that, Hawaii Baptist Academy Sports Medicine. Got to rep my high school's sports medicine program. And then Indiana University basketball. I'm an alumni, and they just won the Big Ten men's basketball championship last night. So we got to rep all of that. If I were smart enough, I would have had all the sponsors for Hawaii Athletic Trainers up behind me, but I wasn't thinking that early this fine Hawaiian morning. So,
Sam, how many public high schools are there in the state of Hawaii?
We have about 45 spread out across 4, 5, 6 islands. Yeah.
Wow. I mean, that's how you can put at least one in every school right there.
Yeah, because we don't have huge numbers like in the hundreds or thousands like other states. So actually, when I talk about that opportunity, I usually try and talk to some of the smaller states to say, hey, there's an opportunity there. If we can do it, that maybe you can do it.
What's the number of private schools, and you don't have to be exact, what's the percentage of athletic trainers that are in those schools? How many of those have an athletic trainer?
That would probably be at best about 50%, because there are so many small high schools that I may not even know about, that, you know, they barely have an athletic program.
Sam, have many of the athletic trainers that are employed there had to come from the mainland, or were most of them already in Hawaii?
That's a really good question, Alicia. I think when we first started the program, many of them came from Hawaii. It was still in the old curriculum, not even curriculum days, the internship days. Mm-hmm. And so Hawaii had an undergraduate internship type program, of which when it started in the late 90s, a lot of folks came out of the University of Hawaii programs. over the years, it's been a mix because Hawaii does still have not an undergraduate, but a graduate, what used to be called the entry level, but is now called the professional level program. We also have a post-professional program, master's program. And as people finish up those programs, they may take on the different jobs within the Department of Education in the public schools. Not as common to go directly into the private schools, although some of the private schools, as they are starting up programs, they may catch some of the younger athletic trainers as they're coming out of the University of Hawaii system. But it's a mix of people coming from both the mainland and Hawaii, maybe about 50-50, I would guess.
We personally were having an issue in some parts of California, some of the more rural areas where demand for an athletic trainer is higher than the supply, which is, in a way a good problem to have. But I thought that someone like yourself or an area like Hawaii, I'm sure experienced something similar where, the demand for an athletic trainer was actually higher than athletic trainers who were available to meet it. So, we're trying to be creative in our marketing and our strategizing how we can recruit athletic trainers from other areas to come over. So it's good to hear that it's kind of a 50-50.
Yeah, I think so we do have some of the similar challenges in the sense that maybe not so much on this island of Oahu anymore, but on some of our neighbor islands where Molokai High School only has one high school, or Lanai High School has only one, and we're actually very fortunate. The gal at Lanai has been there 10 years, and I don't believe she's originally from Hawaii, but she's been there 10 years. That's great. And so if you have sites that are very remote like that, I think things like video conferencing, I know that the Department of Education, when they have different opportunities where they need to have meetings together, it's easier to have a video conference than to fly them in from a neighbor island and just to meet with them. And I know that within our secondary schools also, I think it was a bit of a national initiative maybe a year or two ago, but we've really tried to continue it here. A gentleman by the name of Ross Oshiro, who is our secondary schools coordinator, committee coordinator, and who used to be the Department of Education Athletic Healthcare coordinator of all the public schools. He's really been trying to help implement a mentorship system within our secondary schools, especially within the Department of Education, the largest employer of athletic trainers here. And I think that's slowly gaining some traction. And as those who are younger in the program start becoming more experienced, they then can provide mentorship to the newer people. And that's been of help. So if that can be of help to you, Alicia, as you grow your business and maybe even to rural areas, I think that mentorship piece is really key.
I like that idea. We'll definitely look into how we can incorporate that.
Hey, Sam, I know Matt needs some free history that he doesn't have to do a lot of research on. What's the history behind how Hawaii was able to, I guess it's a bill or a law, this law to have athletic trainers at the secondary school level? How did that happen?
Well, so that's an interesting thing. So about 1993, if I can I'll have to double check my sources on that, Bubba, and that. But in 1993, they put in a pilot program in Hawaii in 10 public schools. A couple of the private schools, the larger private schools, already had athletic trainers, but in 93, about 10 high schools were given pilot positions, limited term appointment on a year-to-year basis. That worked so well that first year in 1993 that they added 5 more positions the next year, so for a total of 15. And so those were still limited term appointments. After the second year, they had a bit of a break and did not add any more, but those 15 were still there. I jumped in right around 1995 at a school where, let's see, I jumped in at Wailua High School, small rural high school on the outskirts of Oahu, because the athletic trainer before me went over to Waianae High School, another school. And the reason that opening happened was because the athletic trainer at Waianae High School was a gentleman by the name of Kaven Sang, who is now a professor at Cal State Fullerton. I see a smile on Alicia's face because she probably knows him. And after those 15, a few years of a break, and then in 1997, the breakthrough came where they, even though it was limited term appointment, they put athletic trainers, full-time athletic trainer positions in every single public high school. It wasn't necessarily a law, but it was like a line item budget in the Department of Education. And so after close to 2000 was when they became full-time permanent positions as opposed to limited term appointments. And so from 2000 on, that's been great. Now, so I started in 95. In 97, I moved from that rural Wailua school to Castle High School in Kaneohe, which is about 15 minutes from even where I live right now. And in doing so, had wonderful years there as the only athletic trainer at Castle High School for about 8 years. But nearing year 5 to 8, with the burden of just everything having to be on my shoulders with athletic healthcare, I know I was kind of feeling a little bit of the burn of, whoa, it's all on me. And is this what I have to look forward to for the next 20, 30 years? And I was doing everything I could to keep motivated, pursuing my CSCS through the Certified Strength and Conditioning Specialist through the National Strength and Conditioning Association, looking to see what different things I could do to keep motivated. And then in 2005, and keeping good records best that I could of all the injuries, all the treatments that we did. And then in 2005, the legislature decided we'd like to try a pilot program of adding second athletic trainers at certain schools. And now certain of the bigger schools, easy, you can just pull out statistics. They're the biggest schools. They've got this many sports. They should have a second athletic trainer. Castle High School in Kaneohe was probably at about 1,500 students at that time. It's what I would probably call in basketball terms a bubble school, and whether they should have gotten a second athletic trainer. But because of the data that we'd kept of the number of injuries, number of treatments, and when we were showing that to the other folks in the DOE, you know, they're kind of looking at, wow, you got that many injuries, Sam? You know, how tough are the kids at Castle High School if you got that many injuries? But it actually proved to be a great benefit, because then people would say, whoa, maybe you should be in line for one of those second athletic trainer positions at the top of the list. And so when we got that second athletic trainer, I felt like it was Christmas. I mean, having a second athletic trainer was worth almost more than just getting paid another $5,000, $10,000. Not that I don't want another $5,000, $10,000, but for quality of life, family life, that was huge. And as other athletic trainers in the DOE saw how important it was to keep statistics and to see about getting a second athletic trainer, we started adding more athletic trainers. And we also added that athletic healthcare coordinator position, which our friend Ross Oshiro, who is our secondary schools committee chair, took on. And he was doing that for about 8 to 10 years before he recently moved into a new job within one of our hospital systems, which is great to have an athletic trainer in the hospital systems. So that's, sorry to take up so much time. I get kind of excited about hearing the history of living out the history of athletic trainer here in Hawaii. So yeah, that can be a chapter in the book, Matt, but make sure you cross-reference all your sources beyond just the crazy Chinaman.
All right, Sam, Carlos wants to know, do you cover middle school events and do you include those in the numbers that you're doing?
Yeah, we try to cover most of our events. And but obviously as one person you can only go to so many. So I know that when I was working in the state, in the DOE, one of the biggest things was, okay, the best way to do this is if you, for football, if you go to football, you're just kind of expected to go to the home and away games. But for all the other sports, if there's multiple things going on, if everybody covers at home, then at least everything's covered, so to speak. Even if you're not following your team, you know that somebody else in the Department of Education is covering at your school if everybody stays home in that way. Private schools are a little bit trickier because like I said, some don't have any athletic trainers, and some of their athletic directors will want them covering certain more high-risk sports or high-number sports. So for instance, I covered I followed my varsity boys volleyball team to Maui this past weekend, and my colleague Shannon Keene, who I'll give a shout out to, was stuck with our 100+ track team back home, 100+ member track team, plus a couple of intermediate and JV varsity boys volleyball teams. While I got to go to Maui and have a good time with our varsity boys volleyball team, all 14 of them.
All right. So we have Nicole Cash. She's going to be coming up next. She's one of the University of Houston Masters of Athletic Training students. She'll be graduating. So as we're talking about having fun, Sam, what are some of the things, some of the ways that you have avoided burnout? Because there's a lot of athletic trainers that get bitter because, like you said, you work so much, then they added that other one. Well, that improves your quality of life. So what are some of the things that Nicole can do as the future of athletic training to have fun and avoid burnout?
Ooh, good question. I'd say keep really good records so that when you have to present to your administration, why should you have a second athletic trainer? At some point, time becomes more important than money. And your time, you just can't get it back. I can't get back the time that I have with my kids, 20 years of raising kids while doing all this. Big shout out to my wife and my family, my support system, my church, my communities at school for allowing me, Christmas breaks and winter breaks and summer breaks and spring breaks, to have my son and daughter sit with me in the athletic training room, riding the golf cart around the track. Don't tell my athletic director I did that. Those are huge. And so if you can find some way to justify why you need some more help, I think that's really important. And that help is good in the sense that there are days when you're just overwhelmed, and it's good to have somebody else helping you. There are days when maybe you're not overwhelmed, but it's just good to bounce things off of somebody else. And there are days when you're just feeling sick or you need some time off and the other person can cover for you. And so, but you can't get that second person unless you can keep good data on that. One of my mentors, my high school athletic trainer, was a gentleman by the name of Brian Robinson, who was, before Larry Cooper, the secondary schools committee national chair. I don't know how I was so fortunate to be, like I said, the silly Chinaman from Chicago, but just happened to have somebody like that as somebody that I can look up to. And I know that he kept good records. That's how he got a second and third athletic trainer at his school. And I remember the days when he had 5 football teams to take care of when I was going all by himself. I'm like, 5 football teams? How do you take care of 5 football teams all by yourself? That's kind of crazy. But those things in terms of keeping good records, having a second, and whether that second be somebody that's from a clinic, whether it be outsourced from a company such as what maybe Alicia is doing in California, if it could be a graduate assistant at a university, although that may change as the different things change in our profession with it becoming a master's level type programming for entry-level professionals coming into our profession. Get that help. And if you can, seek out mentors and be a mentor yourself. I think that's what keeps me lively. I mean, right now in this house, me talking to you on this is not because I even know how to work the computer. It's because there's a lady sitting about 5 feet from me who rents out a room from me, who is the athletic trainer at the nearest high school right to me. I'm going to turn, she doesn't like the attention. I'm going to turn to her right here. This is her right here. That's Liana. Hi, say hi, everybody. Say hi, Liana. And it's been wonderful. Alicia has a business of athletic training where she does stuff. My business of athletic training is she rents a room from my house. So she pays me to set up the computer that I'm talking to you on. In fact, this is her computer. And so, when other athletic trainers here in Hawaii got wind of Liana helping me out with so many different things, they started whispering to her, Liana, you should ask Sam to lower your rent so that you can, because of all these things that you're helping her with. And I'm like telling everybody else, why are you guys going there? now I have to blackmail her. Now I have to tell her, if you don't help me, I have to raise your rent. And so we all laugh about it. And in fact, I'm in the process of trying with my youngest daughter heading off to college, and I need more college tuition money, and a room is opening up in the house. I've been in talks with another athletic trainer about renting out that room. So I'm part athletic trainer, part slumlord, part athletic training fraternity, sorority, head honcho here. Whatever we have to do to put my kids through college, basically, and also have fun, because it is such a wonderful thing to, every morning, hey, Liana, how's it going? How's everything at Kailua High School with the athletic training program there? She helps me out a lot also with our state association. I somehow got shanghaied into being the president of the Hawaii Athletic Trainers Association last year, and scared to death, but also one of the greatest opportunities I've had. Still a great challenge. We're in the midst of a lot of good transitions though. We're looking to start a foundation, and it's like, wow, how does that happen? How did I luck out to be an athletic trainer here in Hawaii? How did I luck out to be able to learn all these? How do I luck out going to Far West and meeting wonderful people, athletic trainers all over our region and country? Blessed. So,
Sam, you brought up a great point talking about keeping statistics. And I think people need to understand, and you mentioned it a little bit, statistics is more than just how many hours you're working in a week or in a month. It's how many teams do you have? It's how many athletes do you have? It's if you do morning treatments, how many are you seeing in the morning? How many treatments are you doing overall during the day? What is your referral rate? All those things play a part. I've used those to my advantage to get an assistant, another coworker, to get a bigger facility, and you need to have those. And it can't just be, well, I need help because I work all the time. Well, we got into the profession knowing we were going to work a lot. So I think when you go into these, you have to say, because I cannot cover, look at these dates. How can one person cover all this home stuff? And now, in Texas, we're in playoff time right now. I can't cover home soccer when I'm still got basketball in the playoffs if I'm by myself. I've got to go to basketball. So who's covering this? Nobody. That's what you need to be able to show administration to improve your position and improve your quality of life.
Well said, Bubba. And I think one of the underestimated skills of athletic trainers, I don't know that you can teach this in school. Maybe you can, but I don't feel like I necessarily learned it. I felt like I didn't learn it so much as I caught it from mentors. How important the people skills are.
Amen.
You have, like you said, you can tell somebody how many hours you work, but an administrator isn't really necessarily going to care because they're working as many hours as you. They're trying to figure out, and you're trying to help them figure out. You're trying to help them figure out how you can best do the job that you've been asked to do the best that you can. And you're helping them see that we're working together. I'm not out to oppose you. I'm out to help you out to prevent liability and to really be an asset to the community. When our community see things like the National Safe Sports School Award, it's like, wow, we won that? We're a safe, wow, that's pretty cool. And you get the press coverage and you get the radio interviews, and they're all positive things. I sometimes just try to go to see my coaches and my parents just to say hi, because I don't want them to always think that I'm the doomsayer. I'm the,
Right.
Oh, here comes Sam. Something's wrong again.
Right.
My kid's hurt. What's wrong? I want to be able to go to them when, there's nothing wrong. I love going into the office at my school. Hey, no agenda. Just wanted to say hi. And they even know it. They try to beat me to the punch. No agenda, Sam, today? Good to see you. And that's an awesome thing, and talk to the parents, get to know them. They trust you, and you just build that good rapport. But where do we learn that? I'm not completely sure.
You're right. And I think some of what's also missed is you've got to get out of that training room that you're comfortable in. And your goal is to with more help is to keep the administration from getting phone calls from angry parents. That's one of the things it does. Not just a liability issue. They don't want the angry phone calls, but get out and know the secretaries of the principals. And, here we have attendance office individuals that work. I made friends with the custodians. Something's broken. I need that maintenance guy to fix it. If they don't know me or they knew when I turned in a work order, it already was broken and I tried to fix it already. So they showed up, as well. We'll get to it next week. They were there, but we had a good relationship with that. And that helps. You got to get out of what we know and get into these uncomfortable environments to help yourself.
Yeah. And I think it's cool if they can even be saying positive stuff about you, not just,
Yes.
there's nothing wrong. Then, it's, wow, I really enjoyed the athletic trainer here. I really think they're a positive resource. I'm so glad that our school has an athletic trainer.
Well, they're
You
coming
make
to you
yourself
they come to us for
indispensable.
injury info. Can you look at my foot? Can you look at my shoulder? I need a doctor for this.
Exactly.
We're that person for them. So it's a win-win in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, sure is. Sure is.
Well, and it really helps if you like people, and it helps in this business a lot. I mean, if you like people and you just go talk to people and parents and coaches, and I mean, I worked by myself. I had an assistant for like 3 out of 29 years. I was in a very rural high school, but I would go talk to, every chance I got, I'd talk to other athletic trainers when we go on road trips and stuff like that. And, friends with the coaches, it's a high school situation, so the pressure isn't quite there. Sometimes you find in some collegiate situations, things like that. But, we have close friends, again, the secretaries, the custodian staff, the maintenance guys, and I always, let them use use ice out of my ice machine when I didn't need it, because they were going out on the lake, and I was their hero. But it's just stuff like that, and you help them out. Hey, we need we got these guys working outside, and we need another water jug. Okay, yeah, I'll get you one. I got an extra one here. Just keep that one. And it pays off. It pays, and it's also a nice thing to do for them. You get to know them, and you don't want them out there being thirsty, so you give them some cups and some stuff, and you just take care of people, because that's what we're good at. I mean, what we're really good at is taking care of folks. So.
Very much so. And in highlighting the people resources, I think the last time we talked, Jeremy, we talked about what do I enjoy most about Hawaii? And everybody thinks, oh, it must be the weather and the climate. Beyond that, I just really enjoy the people here in Hawaii. They take good care of me. My first year at my new job here at Hawaii Baptist Academy, my old school, Castle High School, their girls came in to play our girls on my birthday. And so as they came in, both teams sung happy birthday for me. I'm like, how cool is that? Of course, when the girls from the old school walked into the athletic training room to visit me that night, the first thing they said was, "Hey, Trader, how you doing?" And I took that as, I took that as a compliment, So it really is the people that I enjoy most. And if we can help people see that when they hire an athletic trainer, hopefully it's, on the back end, it's the liabilities that they're, costs that they're driving down. But beyond that, to be proactive is to add a people resource. A good athletic trainer should be worth quite a bit more in terms of the people resources that they can be to their community.
Awesome.
All right. Bubba, there was a question in the chat room right there, right?
I'm looking right now.
It should be at the right at the
Yeah,
bottom.
it is. What I'm assuming they're asking, if they're asking about student athletic trainers, it looks like, because it says, what is the student participation like in Hawaii, and is there a student workshop? So I'm assuming this is for athletic training students.
Yes. When they added a second athletic trainer at Castle High School where I was working, I was so pleased. I was so overwhelmed with joy that I would have some time, not in the sense of for myself, but I just felt so overwhelmed with being blessed to have a second athletic trainer that I could bounce things off of, that I decided to help out with my state professional association a little bit more. Up until that time, I felt like I was busy just trying to manage being an athletic trainer at my own high school, raising my kids with my wife, that I couldn't do as much as I would have liked to with our state association. But from that point on, I said, where can I help out? And I saw that there was a bit of a need in our state association with helping out with our student workshop, our high school student workshop. A couple of gentlemen had been very faithful running it, but I could see they were getting tired. So I went ahead and jumped in and did that, and we wanted to really press the pedal to the metal on that. And I'm just a big kid myself. I just turned 50 years old, but I'm a big kid, and so maybe working in the high schools is right for me. We started doing different things, try to make it as fun as possible, and get them into a pool, do some water aqua rehab, figuring out how lifeguards do certain things. Not that we want to have them all be lifeguards, but we want to know different things that we can do as we're on an island and there are going to be accidents that happen in sports near water. We also had a contact with the UH Medical School, the University of Hawaii Medical School. And so for many years now, we go to the cadaver labs there. A high school kid getting a chance to go to the cadaver labs, and there's maybe 5 or 6 stations, all manned by graduate athletic trainers who are showing them different body parts. My own 2 kids were teenagers these last couple of years, and they always said, Dad's an athletic trainer. I don't even want to go into the athletic training room because it's just kind of embarrassing because everybody knows Dad, and, I'm going to hear about that. But when it comes to the student workshop, my kids are always asking, when are we going, Dad? When is it again? Can I invite my friends? Can we go to the cadaver lab again? It's like, okay, that's pretty cool. And, we'll do all that stuff. And when I was helping to run it, I always wanted to end with a dodgeball game in the wrestling room, because anybody can pick up a ball and throw it at somebody. You don't need that much skill. And it's always kind of cool to see the tiniest little kid scaring the bejesus out of the big offensive lineman who's got a Division I scholarship about ready to go off, and they're playing dodgeball with each other and they're enjoying themselves. We get sponsors to help give us, breakfast, lunch, and dinner for $25. We waive that $25 registration fee for neighbor island folks or people coming from off island. So it may not completely be within my realm as I'm no longer leading the student workshop to go invite everybody, but as Hata president, I'd say, come on over. Come on over. You got to pay for your own plane ticket.
Right.
If you can come on over, come on over.
On average, how many students participated at that every year?
There are years when it got as low as a dozen, and there's been years when it's been as high as 70. And so, I know that some of the workshops on the mainland can max out at like hundreds of people, and that'd be really cool. But I think that with the resources that we have, 70 is pretty much stretching us as much as we can, because the chaperones, we're always doing it somewhere around late May, early June. When some of the when our last state tournaments are done, but before the graduation season starts and before summer starts, and sometimes we got spring football thrown in there too. And so because it's all volunteer, we can't necessarily make anybody do it, but man, it sure was fun and it sure is exciting.
I'll echo one of your statements that you tell them. As the past president of the Greater Houston Athletic Trainer Society, you pay your airfare. We'll hook you up over here. You come to ours in January, and there were over 1,300 at ours this past year.
All right. I got it. Bubba, for you, I can't say for every other kid in Houston, especially if you got 1,300 kids coming, you can stay at my house.
All right. I appreciate it.
That's where I was
planning before that I was here, Matt. You guys can stay at my house. Just don't bring 1,300 kids with you to stay at.
I'm not paying their airfare. Don't worry.
That's funny.
All right. Well,
but that is one of the joys of working in the secondary schools, is working with high school kids and seeing them have the joy of that. Now, you did mention that, how does secondary, so when I was at the public school, I had a lot more high school students in like the different health academies within our school, that as they're learning about health, as they're learning CPR, the health academy teacher would ask me to come help teach CPR. They got to know who I was. I might go to the state HOSA competitions, Health Occupation Students of America competitions, and go recruiting people. I'd make a fool of myself because I wanted more and more kids. Not every one of our folks necessarily, it's like, Sam, stop inviting kids already. We only got so much space. Like, how can we say no? How can we say no? Sorry, I'm shaking the whole table here. I'm getting all excited. There's no earthquake happening here in Hawaii. But this is such a great profession, and I want people to know about it. Now, having said that, now in the private schools, I don't get as many kids. I don't know if it's there's a perception that, oh, he's just an athletic trainer. He's just a trainer, and they don't fully understand that. It's at least amongst the parents of the maybe wealthier private school genre community. But hopefully, as an athletic trainer in that community, the more I work with them, the more we show them what a resource we can be. As they become alumni, and they start having kids of their own, they'll say, wow, that's a good profession. And I don't know how much it pays. Everybody worries about how much you get paid. They just know, everybody knows, Sam loves being an athletic trainer. Sam loves working as an athletic trainer. And that's what I'm hoping to pass on to them. And then when we have the student workshop, they go to the cadaver labs, they start taping, they meet other students. That's really cool. And they might want to consider, if not athletic training, some kind of affiliated field. And then even if they're in an affiliated field, they'll know what athletic trainers are, what they do. And the hard part now is just trying to figure out, with our profession moving to a graduate level, master's level degree, what is the correct way to have, I don't want to say utilize, the best way to mentor or teach high school students about our profession while conforming to the standards that our national organization would like us to do. That's the challenge for me. A young man from a neighbor island wanted to run a student athletic trainer workshop. I'm like, I want to encourage that. I want to encourage them meet. That's where I was this weekend, and I saw, the students that were very interested. But how do we help encourage that without stumbling into maybe in calling the kids student athletic trainers, when the head athletic trainer, the only athletic trainer, is not around, a coach or a parent sees that student, high school student, and says, hey, I need help. Go do this. You're an athletic trainer, aren't you? And it's like, no, they're a student athletic training aide. And we don't want to cross lines that could jeopardize who we are as athletic trainers, or devalue who we are as athletic trainers and the things that we have. And that's been a struggle for me, a total struggle, challenge for me.
Sam, kind of piggybacking on that, in talking with high school students, I think that at the 4-year level, it was a bit more attainable for them. In the schools that we have majority of our athletic trainers contracted into, they're a little bit lower income schools. And so these students typically go to a 2-year community college, and a lot of the community colleges in our area have a program that is already sports medicine related. And then so they're looking at basically just another 2 years after that, and they can be the person that they're seeing in their high school. But now educating them on, no, it's going to be another 2 years, another school, another application. I see a lot of students becoming discouraged and thinking, wow, 6 years of school, can I afford that? And not even from an affordability standpoint, but is there maybe something that I can get into working sooner because I need to make money for me or for my family? Or on the flip side of it, you get the really ambitious students that want to be a physician or something like that, and they're thinking, well, another 2 years and I could be a doctor. So I think that there's going to be some challenges ahead of us in trying to market and strategize how we pitch this and keep them interested at the high school level while educating them that, it's going to be 6 years instead of 4.
Yeah. And I do know that there's excellent thoughts there, Alicia. I know that some schools are looking at what would be almost considered a 3-2 program, meaning they can, like if you were to go to the University of Hawaii now, you're a local Hawaii kid and you're like, hey, I see my athletic trainer in the high schools. I want to be him. I want to be her. Yeah. How do I do it? But I can't afford to go to the mainland for school.
Yeah.
I might not even be able to afford the University of Hawaii. Can I start off with some classes at Kapiolani Community College or the Windward Community College? That I'm not even completely sure of. I do know that if you get into the University of Hawaii and you start talking to the athletic training professors from the get-go, if that's what you want to do as a freshman, they may be able to say, okay, we'll take these classes for your first 3 years. And if you do well in them, then we can transition you already to start taking some of the graduate level courses by the time you're a senior, and maybe you finish a little bit faster in say 5 years as opposed to 6. That may include summers, and you know that's going to have to include a lot of clinical hours too, because we can't just manufacture you an ACL injury offhand. There's a lot of hours you got to watch before you may even see one and how to manage one. So yeah, some interesting challenges in our field.
Yeah, I think that maybe philosophically at the high school level, I mean, we may have to look at, what is our point. I think those of us, I worked in the high schools for 29 years, and my point was always, I was really a teacher for those kids who were my students. Some didn't want to do anything with athletic training, to be quite honest with you, but, they wanted to work, they wanted to participate, they wanted to do those things. And if you can teach them some of those life lessons and about working and doing those things, I had kids who, they didn't really want to be an athletic trainer or even medicine. It's like, you want to learn to tape? No, I really don't. It's like, okay. But they would clean and fill water jugs and then be happy with it. And sometimes it was kids just want some place to go and something to do. But I mean, there were good kids. But the high school level, I mean, I think philosophically, we kind of have to have that attitude that you're there to help teach the kid to be whatever, to be a better person, not necessarily teach them to be an athletic trainer or someone in the medical field. And if you can do that, I mean, that's a huge valuable service to that kid, can affect them for the rest of their lives. And that's what we're there for. Now, once, we do have a problem once we get into the collegiate ranks now, as we're going into the graduate degree. I mean, if I was running a program, I'd think about having as the undergraduate level an athletic training minor like we used to have it, where they could go out and observe and they could take, their anatomy and take some of the real basic stuff, and so you can get it out of the way. So, when you get into a graduate school, you're actually doing graduate level work. I've argued with many people at the NATA level that if we don't change the competencies to where the graduate level, all we're doing is moving our degree to the graduate level and teaching undergraduate stuff.
Yeah.
We should be teaching graduate level stuff at the graduate level and turning out better athletic trainers. And I think if you use like an athletic training minor where you have, students can go into athletic training rooms and observe and, do some minor stuff. They're not going to practice athletic training, but to learn and see if it's something they want. It would be a hell of a bad thing if you get a kid who goes through 4 years of college, goes into graduate school, and the second year of grad school figures out this isn't what I want to do.
Well, I think so.
We owe a better.
On that right there, we actually have Nicole right here. So Nicole, Bubba, you switch that camera too. Right? See how this is turned? There you go. All right. So Nicole, you are currently in a Master's of Athletic Training program. You were not a licensed athletic trainer currently, correct? You didn't have athletic training experience, the undergrad experience beforehand, right? Were you in the student athletic trainer program beforehand?
I was not. I was actually a physical therapist for a while. So I guess I knew the rehab side of it, but I wasn't. In high school, I was actually on the other side. I was an athlete. I was an athletic trainer, but I saw the value in the athletic trainer, and I appreciated my athletic trainer. So I was familiar with it in that sense, but as far as practicing it or being familiar with it, not until I actually got into the program, and I'm in the master's now. So.
All right. So do you think that any of the coursework that you're going through now is undergraduate level work?
I think some of it is a repetition of what I learned in my undergrad. I got my undergrad in kinesiology. I would say some stuff in my undergrad was actually more difficult than in currently my master's, like my biomechanics class, which I loved and intrigued me, kind of pushed me further to go into more of the athletic field. I've been in school since I was in junior high. I have not stopped going to school, and I'm still going through my master's, and I hope to progress even further. But I've always had this interest in the human body and movement, and in high school I was able to take a medical terminology class, so that class was available in high school. And with that, it kind of gave me a foundation to start and spike interest in me. And then in my undergrad, I knew kind of what I wanted to do and what I wanted to get my degree in, which then that degree pushed me further into athletic training because I knew that would be a good foundation for like biomechanics or human movement, which is what really intrigued me. There's a lot of other master programs that you could go into that would be more specific towards biomechanics or human movement, but you don't get that clinical practice. You don't get that hands-on that you do, that I have been able to get being in the athletic training program. So I see everything firsthand. I get to deal with the athletes. I get to deal with all the injuries. So I love the profession. I love where it's going. And I hope that it keeps pushing towards that graduate level kind of being where you need to go. And then they have doctorates now. So I think it's going in the right direction, in a great direction.
I think one of the fears from my end, and we could talk about this all day long, and I'm not going to belabor it, but it was brought up a little bit earlier in this conversation, is we have high school students right now that we can teach and mentor that go into the profession as an undergraduate and start their degree program. I fear we're going to lose those people when they go to a 4-year university. How are they going to work with sports now when it's not available to them? The minor may be a good avenue for that if somebody came up with that, but they're going to go 4 years of doing nothing athletically because they're not allowed anymore. So how are they going to know about this profession when it's all said and done? Are they going to be the one kid in the stands go, hey, what are they doing down there? But who are those people down there at that point? Are these all paid professionals? Are these just these graduate kids getting a couple of hours in that they need for their requirements? I don't know how we're going to do that 10 years from now.
All right. So on that comment, I know I'm kind of interrupting here, but Sam, in case if you need to go, then this would be a great time. That way, because I know I told you to till 12 to 12:30. But Sam, I also want you to pick a number between 1 and 110 because I got another gift to give away from your friend Greg Evans at School Health. This is a med kit from School Health, and it's got some other stuff in there. So Sam, pick a number between 1 and 110 because this is coming from the email list, the people who subscribe to my email list, so they're the first to receive notifications of when things change or are updated. So you pick the number. I'll tell whoever the winner is that they're the winner, and then we can continue talking with Nicole. So
okay, number 88. How's that? 88.
All right, number 88.
Oh, he's already won, hasn't he? No?
Yeah. Daryl Sleedy.
It's an ODD one.
All right. Does that look? I think that's a spam. It says play downloader.
Let's try another one then.
All right, Sam, pick a different number.
Oh, let's go with 21.
All right, 21. Looking up who is number 21 on my. Who we got?
Nathan Irvin.
Nathan Irvin, number 21. All right, so Nathan was listening earlier. I'll have to email Nathan. Let me type it down in here before. All right, so Nathan, you can thank Sam Lee for picking your number. I'll send you the med kit from School Health with some other goodies inside, courtesy of the Sports Medicine broadcast. So Sam, are you able to hang out for a little while and talk to Nicole, or do you have to bounce?
If my coworker tenant here allows me to keep using her computer.
Just raise the rent if she says no.
So if you need to go, you can just click the hang up button and head out, and we'll continue the conversation here with Nicole and go from there. So what we really want to talk to Nicole about is the future. Oh, I switched the wrong camera. The future of athletic training. So Nicole is the future of athletic training. She's, like I said, graduating in May. She's taking her BOC sometime between now and then. And she's looking to continue on with the clinical residency type programs. She is the future of athletic training. So Nicole, having heard from Brad Brown today, what do you say, 40 years in the NFL? or in athletic training.
Yeah, roughly.
40 years in athletic training. You're hearing from Matt Weber some of these crazy stories. You're hearing from Sam, a guy who loves his job. You know, you got Alicia there. She's a business owner. She works with USA Volleyball, and she just talked to somebody who works for Disney and Lord of the Flies dance company or something like that. So what have you kind of taken away from today, Alicia? Nicole?
Yeah, so it's very evident that athletic training has a very wide spectrum now, and it seems to be growing. And even in the history, we've kind of not always been in the high school setting, not always been in the college setting, not always been with just athletes. We've kind of just been with those people who are active and helped them out. So it's been great to hear and to know that that's always been there. Brad Brown earlier, he has been in the NFL for a long time, and that's kind of what he's familiar with and his environment and what he knows so well and what he can speak about. But I think it also shows that we kind of need to expand everyone's knowledge on athletic training and where it has been, where it's going, and where it currently is, so that people who have been in a certain setting, who don't have tunnel vision, but maybe who haven't been exposed to all the different areas that we can implement our domains and implement all of our knowledge in, to kind of show them and expose them to that, because it increases our value, and it shows what great healthcare professionals we are and what great healthcare professionals we can be for anyone who may need our services.
All right. So given all the things that we've listed today, what do you think is going to be your first job?
Oh, geez. Well, if I could, I would be a diagnostician. I mean, I love diagnosing, seeing an injury, and figuring out what's going on. I'm just very intrigued by the body. I would hope to do something more biomechanist area, just kind of seeing how the body moves, because it encompasses so much. Like, you have to consider neurodynamics, you have to consider the musculoskeletal system, like the entire system. You can't just isolate one area, and you can't just focus on one thing. So I hope to be able to gain a full envelope of knowledge before I actually go out into the profession and treat someone or diagnose someone. So hopefully maybe just in a clinic and diagnosing and helping someone.
So thinking working in a clinic rather than in a high school or
yeah, I
like that.
don't see myself in a high school or college setting now. Not the typical setting. I do not.
That's all right. That's, when we talked to Scott Saylor this morning, check out all the different avenues that are opened up. And that's perfect if you work in a clinic.
I don't want to say that I wouldn't see a high school student or I wouldn't see a college student. I will see anyone from the age of 1 to 100. Like, if they have movement, or if not, if they need to gain movement or medical, nutritional, anything that kind of covers our domain, yeah, I'll see anyone. I'll be with anyone. But I don't want to just isolate myself to one environment and just focus on that. I kind of want to see the human body as a whole and just kind of how it works.
Cool. All right. So what are some of the things that now, like I said, now you guys are wrapping up, right? As far as your education, you're kind of doing reviews for the test.
Right,
so
yeah.
What are you learning right now?
So right now we're in like a seminar, an AT seminar, where we're kind of going over the entire, like the past 2 years, what we've learned. So other than that, I'm taking a sports psychology course too. We're also taking practice BOC exams every month. We've been doing that to kind of prepare us for the exam, to sit on the computer and click buttons and kind of get your eyes familiar with being in a computer screen and knowing how to answer questions that way. So everything's just kind of being wrapped together, coming full circle this semester. And then hopefully by the end of May or April, I'll be taking my BOC exam.
All right. So how are you doing on those practice exams?
Pretty good. I like that it breaks it down by domain, your strengths and your weaknesses, so you can go back and figure out maybe what you need to practice on or what you need to read more on. So I think the practice exams are very helpful and useful for anybody who wants to take the BOC or become accredited in the future and get their credentials, those BOC practice exams are helpful themselves. And they don't cost that much to take, but they do cost some money. I've taken some of the free BOC practice exams, and those are kind of, I didn't find much usefulness in them, but definitely taking the practice exams, I kind of see where my strengths are and where my weaknesses. And each month I've increased my percentages. So it's good to see like the growth too, and what's helping, what's working, what's not working for me. So
Gotcha. I think last I looked, it was like $30 an exam.
yeah, it's $30.
Yeah. Because I've talked before, I want to regain my ATC, but I for some reason can't just make room. I keep piling stuff on, and so I need to be able to study and take those exams. So, all
Yeah,
right,
they're
you have
really
a question?
No.
All right, we talked to Sam, who's still on the line. Nope, Sam dropped off. About having fun and not burning out at the job. What are you doing to prepare for the long haul of athletic training?
Well, every day I spend a little bit of time kind of reading or maybe looking at a case study or talking to my mentor. I'm really close with my mentor, and he kind of keeps me on my toes and keeps me grounded. So having someone who's been in the field for a while and gaining their perspective has helped kind of ground me or help me realize what I can do and what I can't do. So just always having communication with my mentor and keeping goals. I'm a very goal-oriented person. If I don't have a goal, I won't really know where I'm going. So as long as I always have a goal to reach and to meet, I think I'll be fine. I hope I won't burn out. So.
All right, so just real quick, we're gonna throw this in there. Pick another number between 1 and 110. Bubba's gonna find out who that is, and we're gonna give away something else, a Laerdal bag resuscitator. So a disposable BVM, and then I might ask a couple more questions. So what's your number, Nicole?
All right, let's go 57.
57. All right, while Bubba's looking that up for me.
57?
Yeah.
Elliot Vogler.
Elliot Vogler. All right, Elliot Vogler. Let me type that in before I forget. Nicole, your next question is, what's going to be your biggest strength going into the job market?
I would have to say I have this experience in upper extremity kind of evaluation. So that's my bread and butter, and I want to say that's my strength right now, and that's what I'm going to keep going for. So upper extremities, my strength in diagnosing and evaluating all of that. So right now, currently, I'm going to go with that, but I hope to gain more strength and to improve and develop more skills too. I'm also really into manual therapy. I think our hands and the manual approach and mobilizations is kind of like the key management to the human body and movement. So I'll hope to gain that too.
All right. I think it's actually, I would say one of my weaknesses is upper extremity evaluation. With the shoulder, I don't feel as comfortable with as like a knee or an ankle or something like that. So maybe you should come hang out with me. See if I have my BOC certification or ATC, whatever it is, then you could be one of my students and teach me some stuff.
You just got to
Yeah.
do it.
Yeah.
It's repetition. It's like,
well, I know I do
it's
it.
repetition, but
it's just one of those things. I didn't have a formal education. Didn't so much have hands-on showing me here's how to do it. Here's how to do it. Here's how to do it. Oh, here's how to do it. Here's how to do it. And so, like I said, I just feel like it's one of my weaknesses. So
I think you have to be comfortable with the spine first before you can be comfortable with any upper extremity evaluation. So once I gained once I gained the foundation of the spine and just how like the cervical, the entire spine moves, upper extremity became so easy and very fascinating. And I was able to, I work with some of the baseball athletes at U of H right now, and it's just made my evaluation a lot easier. And having like a confirming test and an asterisk sign, like those just prove either a diagnosis is correct or incorrect. So just first, I would say hit the spine, and then every appendage out of that will come pretty easy.
all right, it's a pretty good deal. And again, like Bubba said, spine's not very much fun to work with unless you do it all the time and you're comfortable with it. So
even if you do it all the time, it's still getting comfortable with it.
It's fun.
All right, what else you got for Nicole about the future of athletic training?
Nothing off the top of my head right now.
Nothing off the top of your head. Okay, Nicole, I think that's all the questions I have. I kind of threw you on the spot several times throughout the show. Do you have any other thoughts before we give away a couple more prizes?
Well, I hope that athletic training, the future of it, I hope that athletic trainers will find that they can specialize. We have 5 domains, and within those domains, we can do a lot. So if anybody wants to really hone in on a strength, I say go for it and specialize in it. And I think it'd be fun to see athletic training even go into specializations. I recently met a biomechanist. She was an athletic trainer, and she went right into biomechanics after that, and she was able to do really well in it because of her foundation, because of her background in athletic training. But now she's one of the best in like the Dallas area. So to see that, I think specializations can be part of our job description. So I'd like to see that in the future.
All right. I'm talking to somebody towards the end of the month about how biomarkers can indicate injuries. And so I think that's something that you probably enjoy hearing about. Or maybe, I don't know if you've ever met, I think it's Ricky Simpson. Yellen sent me his information.
Okay.
And so there's something like that. It's interesting to me, but again, I feel it's not something that particularly pertains to me until maybe he explains it. Because when I think of biomarkers, I think they have this room with all these cameras watching, kind of like they do animation stuff, but I could be completely wrong.
Well, there are, you use bioreflective markers, and you have to have like a software system like Qualisys or something to where it reads the movements or the angles or the patterns of the velocity. You'd also need like a ground force plate to, they do this for ACL injuries all the time. I think it's great for research. If you want to go into research, all the motion capture cameras are really beneficial. But yeah, I don't think for a clinical setting, I don't think they're applicable. But other than that, I think they're going to be beneficial for the journal athletic training and just research going out there to inform us about injuries and how to prevent them, because prevention's, I think, our first domain. So that really helps us stand out and differentiate us from other healthcare professionals. So yeah,
I think that's something that we so often forget, and I think it's something that is recently been being pushed back to the forefront of our job, is the prevention of injury. Whereas so long we were just come see us when you're injured. Well, let's be a little bit more proactive. Like my friend Matt Babasek, he's up in Dallas. He's actually in the live chat here. He was one of the first people who I really knew who was proactive. He took control of the girls' weight training, and the number of injuries that the female athletes had when he was doing that dramatically decreased with as far as ACL, low back injuries, because he was being proactive, teaching them proper movement and those kind of things. And so I think that's coming back around to where we as athletic trainers are realizing, hey, if I do some work now, I don't have to do a lot less later.
Right.
And it makes everybody happier.
And screening doesn't take that long, and the cost benefit from it is just amazing. So yeah, I completely agree.
I'll take a little bit of exception to the word prevention, though, because I don't think we can prevent. I think we reduce risk.
Okay.
If we could prevent, ultimately we wouldn't have a job. I'm not saying we wouldn't prevent, so we wouldn't be employed, but we cannot prevent. And my argument is, if we have airbags and seatbelts, we're not preventing injury or death in a car accident. We're reducing the risk or the severity, and that's our job. And I think we've got to make sure that, similar to all the other arguments of what do we call ourselves and all that, we got to make sure we're not stating things that we can do that we actually can't. We can't prevent.
Right.
We reduce the risk. We go through a jump training program, which is really a landing training program, to reduce the risk or incidence of ACL tears. We can't prevent them.
Right.
They're going to happen. We went through a jump training program, but I still got an ACL tear. Yeah, but somebody rolled into you. I can't prevent that. But I can reduce the risk of how you land and what your risk is for getting one. So I think we've got to. That's one of my little soapbox pet peeves. But we've got to be careful to say that, because we can't do that.
Right.
We're making a promise we can't fulfill.
That is true.
All right, Nicole, I need a number between. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Between 1 and 9. Because I'm going to give away a Hazak ice rack. This is a pretty cool little invention. We got one from David, sent it to me so I could test it out, and then we're just giving it away. but I don't know why it takes us so long to figure things out, but it's basically a 6-pack of funnels put into one piece of plastic, and you can set that right on top of the water bottles, right on top of the rack, dump the ice in there and dump the water in there. And it's so much faster than individually filling the bottles with ice. And then with water, you don't have to worry about the kids setting the bottle down in the ice machine, or the little rubber pieces from the bottom of the water bottles getting into the ice machine because they're sticking it over there. It is so much nicer to use if you have to fill up water bottles. If you're going to be in a clinic like Nicole wants to be, right? All snooty. No, I'm just kidding. Then you don't need to worry about filling up water bottles. But I would highly suggest getting these, and actually we're going to probably order 1 or 2 more to use, especially during football season when we fill up a lot of water bottles. Check out the Hazak ice rack, and we're going to be giving away one to somebody. Nicole, what's the number?
Let's go with 1.
1, Doc Hale. All right, Bill, we get to keep it. So that's completely unbiased. How fortunate is that for me? I was like, man, I just want to keep it. And so I think that's perfectly fair, right? Doc, he's been listening. He's been logged in.
She didn't know, so yeah.
So, Doc, you have to email me your address where you want it shipped to, and I'll ship it to you.
So, hey, Bill, I'll hand deliver it.
Okay, Bubba said he'll hand deliver it with the picture of him. All right, and then I have a bag with Memorial Hermann goodies in there. I think one of them is a charger. There's some chip clips and other things like that. I'm going to pick somebody on Twitter. Let me pull up Twitter real quick. See somebody who's been tweeting to me. Let's see. I don't think Roland needs it.
I'd take offense to that, Roland.
Well, like you said earlier, they have a rather large budget.
Yes, they do.
And he gets all the gear that he needs. So, well, I think Keith MXATC. So Keith Shireman, he is in Arkansas. He's actually been on the podcast before. There's I see a lot of action going on Twitter from him as far as sports medicine broadcast, listening and participating. So I'm gonna put Bill Hale for the ice rack. Thanks to Nicole. I promise we didn't plan that beforehand. And then Keith Shireman. All right. And then Matt, you still on there?
Yep.
You had a chance to look at any of the responses people may have sent to you as far as the trivia?
Well, I haven't been on it. I'll have to go back and look here. I'd open it up and.
That's all right. We can do that later. We're a little bit over time here. I'm kind of hungry. I haven't had a chance to leave, but we will come back to that. But that one is the space saving backboard. So Matt's going to kind of look through those answers. He's going to respond to some of them. Again, check out his book, Dropping the Sponge and Bucket. Pick one up, purchase one, and like really just hearing the stories of the guy acquiring a tiger, or just finding out when the first woman was a member of an NATA, which is 1966. Just finding out that information helps us understand who we are, where we came from. And then you can follow Matt on Twitter at @AT_history. So AT history with the underscore in the middle. And he likes to send out pictures or tweets about some of the history of athletic training. So it's just fun to see who we are, where we came from. So any final trivia nuggets there that we should end on?
Trivia nuggets to end on.
Or little known facts.
Little known facts. Well, I don't know. One of the things that they went like 4 of the first 5 years the NATA was formed, they had the convention in Kansas City. And that's because the Kramer company, Chuck Kramer, who was the executive director, was paying all the bills, all the bills for the association. They footed the bill for the first 5 years to get it off the ground, which probably helped it not to go under like the first NATA did. So, I mean, they're going to have their 100th anniversary here in 2018. And hopefully, I think they're planning on doing some stuff, and that could be pretty cool. So
That's right. I didn't even think about that.
yeah.
100th anniversary.
Great. Yeah.
Wow, yeah, that'll be an exciting time. I'm sure because they give away a lot of stuff. Like right now during March, they're big proponents of athletic trainers. So definitely check them out and be prepared for their 100th. You said 2018, so I'm sure they'll have lots of stuff going on. Well, I think that is going to pretty much bring us to an end. sportshealth.com/SMB. That's where you can sign up to win a gift card. So like Israel on here, he won something today, and he won a gift card before and bought the mixing wand from School Health. So pretty cool to be part of the audience there, just winning stuff just for learning. And again, I'm proud to be a partner with School Health so that we can bring that added value. And then my friend Robbie over at Frio Hydration, he's got a unit he's working on for us. So I'm looking forward to his next installment of this little Twitter video, Vine, however he did that, to see the progress that we got going on there. So Frio Hydration is the official hydration equipment provider for the sports medicine broadcast. So check him out. Good guy.
You're fixing to be like a NASCAR team when it's all said and done.
Well, you see the empty wall space over there? I mean, I got some space to fill, right?
I mean, we're part of that too, so
Yeah, you're a huge backdrop, right? And then Bubba brought me all these prizes. That's why I said from Memorial Hermann, and the kids were trying to steal the battery backups. So, if you do use Frio, tell them that you heard about it from me, and then you get like half off your custom graphics. And after 5 people have paid for one from Robbie, then he's going to give us one of those expensive ice chests to give away to one of you guys, the listeners on the Sports Medicine broadcast. And then a couple of these guys here are down in South Padre. Me and Bubba, we're going to be riding together, rooming together. And actually, Nicole, I didn't tell you what the deal was. I have a room because I'm going to have a student helping me. And so she'll have her own room. She'll need somebody else. So I'm inviting you to go down if you're free.
Okay.
I'll take care of the room. You can ride with her. And then as far as
we're going to put you to work.
Yeah, we'll put you to work, but you'll be able to kind of sit in on this conference for free, which Israel and everybody that talks about SPATs talks about it being really good. So if you're not in clinical residency at that time or something like that, you're able to go. That is my offer to you for being part of the show, for being so involved.
I'm interested.
And for being basically a leader in your program. So glad to be able to do that. I'm excited. It's going to be the first time. There's been lots of activity on Twitter, on the website, on Blab. It's been a really cool experience, and I'm really glad to celebrate 200 episodes. And at this pace, I don't see there's a reason to stop anytime soon. So thanks for joining us. Let me know if there's anything I can do to help you out. Join the email list so I can kind of keep track there. And for Jeremy, Bubba, Nicole, everybody else that's been on the show today, in one way or another, thank you so much. I probably should have switched to mine while I was doing all that, so you can get the emotion from right here.
Yeah.
All right. So thank you. Thank you for being part of everything we're doing. Y'all have a good day.